Order. Council, for the purposes of confirming we have quorum, please ensure your video is turned on. This meeting will be convened by electronic means as authorized under the order of the Minister of Public Safety of the Province of BC, Ministerial Order number M192. And as such, council members are participating by phone, and as chair of this meeting, I am also participating by phone. If I lose my connection during any portion of this meeting, we'll recess until the meeting until my connection is restored. If council loses connection during any portion of the hearing, we'll need to recess the meeting until the connection is restored, just so you hear all the proceedings in this quasi-judicial hearing. If council loses connection during the voting process, we have staff on hand to get you back online, and we'll suspend the voting process until that's corrected, and you have the contact information. To ensure that quorum is maintained through the meeting, please let the clerk know if you leave the meeting and then when you return. The live stream of this meeting will continue with audio only as council are participating in the meeting by phone. Presentations, amendments, and phone results will be projected to viewers when available. Lastly, we have speakers who will be providing comments to council by phone, and a moderator will assist in patching the speakers through when their turn comes up. So with that all said, can we have the roll call, please, Clerk?
Yes, Mayor Stewart in the chair. Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DeGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Here.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle.
I think Councillor Boyle may be away for a leave of absence. Might want to check your records there.
Okay, it's not noted here. Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly.
Present.
Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Kirby-Young, are you on the line? The meeting has quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much, clerks and council. I do have the panel open and do see most of you. I think at least 6 of us are video, but for those who are not on video and may perhaps calling in, we will do periodic checks just to make sure that we have maintained quorum, so just so you're not caught unawares. Before we start the meeting, of course, we want to acknowledge we're on the traditional and unceded territories of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations, and thank them for having care for this land, and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to thank the amazing staff we have at the City of Vancouver that are working hard every day to make sure our city is an incredible place to live, work, and play. Some announcements. Speakers participating in this public hearing will have 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. Also state whether you are in support or oppose the recommendations, and as part of our new procedure, if you are a resident of Vancouver. Speakers may only speak once and should follow along on Twitter at VanCityClerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so you don't miss your turn to speak. Any comments on agenda items can be submitted in writing to publichearing@vancouver.ca, publichearing@vancouver.ca. Speakers with presentations are reminded that the public live feed has a slight 20-second delay. So, for example, when we're presenting the vote slides, it'll take a little bit of time from when you hear that they're coming up till they're actually displayed. To navigate through the slides of your presentation, if you're a presenter, please say the word next. Finally, if council does not conclude hearing from all speakers today, we will recess and reconvene the meeting on June 30th. That's later today at 7:30 p.m. A reminder that council's role at a public hearing is to be a quasi-judicial body, which means the council is only to consider the merits of the rezoning application or heritage designation. Council members may ask clarifying questions from speakers, including the applicant, or technical advice from staff, but should save debate for after the close of the speakers list. After hearing from speakers, council may 1, approve in principle the application, 2, refuse the application, or 3, defer the application for further consideration. So now we're moving on to continue the rezoning on Nelson Street. On Thursday, June 25th, 2020, council received the presentation from staff And we'll now move to hear from the applicant, who I believe has a presentation. The clerk will reread the application and an update of the summary of correspondence received. So over to you, clerk, to reread the application. Thank you.
This is an application by IBI Group Architects to rezone 1059 to 1075 Nelson Street from RM5B District to CD1 District to permit the development of a 60-story residential building, a building height of 178.5 meters and an FSR of 24.7 are proposed. Since being referred to public hearing, Council has received 34 pieces of correspondence in support and 14 pieces of correspondence in opposition of the application. This represents all correspondence received up to approximately 8:30 a.m. this morning.
Thank you so much. So now we're going to move over to the applicant for their opening comments and I think a presentation, if I'm not mistaken.
So, good morning, Mayor and Councilors. My name is Audrey Dong, and this is my colleague, Mr. Gregory.
Okay, sorry if I just want to interrupt you. Good morning, and thanks for coming. You are a little faint, so if you could just be a little closer to the microphone, that would be great.
Good morning, Mayor and Councilors. My name is Audrey Dong, and this is my Mr. Rick Gregory. I'm thrilled to have the opportunity to introduce this unique project to you. This is a project that we've been working for almost 5 years. Our collaboration with city staff and the project team has led to a project that we believe in and are proud of. We hope you share our excitement. We're here with our designers to answer any questions that you may have. But first, there's a short video that we'd like to show you.
Council, this is Nick Danford, rezoning planner. I'm just going to share the video on the WebEx, but I believe the clerks will show the video to yourselves as well as to the public. And so I'm just going to share my video now.
Even on the City of Vancouver garbage cans, they have Green the City, and they state that. So I think it's important to walk the walk, not just talk the talk.
Passive house is a method of constructing buildings that can truly achieve low energy performance.
Passive house is a building certification standard for low energy buildings, and it's one of the strictest standards in the world, coming from Germany for over 25 years.
If you bring the heating demand down by 90%, that means these 90% of energy don't have to be generated, which means we don't generate those greenhouse gases. Building to the passive house standard means we are giving you the most tremendous indoor air climate. There is no cold draft, there is no cold radiation from low-performing windows. The HRV gives you constant oxygen supply, so constantly fresh air.
This quality of building is something that is required for a nation to meet its Paris commitments. It's particularly important in the face of a changing climate, where today's heat waves will become tomorrow's norms.
There's a lot of ground that we're breaking to make this building work.
We believe it is the right thing that we're doing because this tower is not only environmental friendly to push the limits to be the tallest passive house in the world, but also bring a lot of benefit to the community as well.
What we see in the West End is a very walkable community, a very bikeable community. But one of the obstacles we see, particularly in older buildings, is that people say, well, I want to bike, but I have trouble where I'm going to keep my bike. We need to find ways to reduce our footprint. This is an intersection of transportation and housing, both contributing to a cleaner and greener future.
As a business improvement association, we've always been very interested in the vitality of commercial streets. We know this is a community that's really connected to the environment. Stanley Park and English Bay help define this neighborhood, and I think most people want to see projects advance that reflect those values of sustainability and environmental stewardship.
In early 2019, the Vancouver Economic Commission released a report on the economic impact of the city's zero-emission building plan. And what we found was that in 6 product categories for things going into green buildings, that those products, just those products, nothing else, were generating a $3.3 billion market in the next 10 years. That's a clear signal to us that the move towards energy efficiency in our codes and in our regulations is driving the creation of markets.
I know in the work that I do, my colleagues want to come to Vancouver, want to better understand what we're doing, so we're innovators. I think that we walk the talk when we talk about sustainability, talk about reducing our carbon footprint. And it doesn't mean that it's easy to do, right? Like, it is a lot of work.
I fully understand that you cannot just change the construction industry in a snap. It just doesn't work that way. But I think that tower will set a precedent for Vancouver that you can actually build passive house buildings to that extent.
The reason why we're doing these high-performance buildings is ultimately because of the climate crisis. Buildings play a very significant role, and I think the general public is not necessarily aware of that.
Well, I think when you have projects at this scale, we need that leadership in order to show the rest of the world that it can be done.
It's going to be hardest for us, and everybody who comes after is going to benefit from sort of the technical expertise that's developed through this project.
Objective that we have with our client, together with the city's objective, is to show what can be done, what can be achieved.
The tower in Vancouver will become a benchmark for future city buildings. And it demonstrates that perhaps there is a way towards a sustainable future and still maintain a level of architectural integrity in our cities.
I believe be the change you wish to see in the world. Being one of the first developers moving forward to this passive house direction, I think that we're making our effort, even if it's only a little bit, to move the industry to the right direction.
Thanks very much for that video. Do the applicants wish to make any other comments?
I think we just want to thank you for considering the application, and look forward to any questions that the council or the public has.
Okay. Thanks so much. And again, the process is that the public won't ask you direct questions, it'll just be councillors, but we often reflect the questions that we hear from speakers. Council, you have an opportunity now to ask questions to staff or the applicants. We do have a number of speakers as well, so you could hold your questions to staff until after we hear from the public, but that's your prerogative. So if you'd like to ask a question to staff or the applicants, please put yourself on the list. Councillor Swanson, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, to the applicant, I'm just wondering if there's going to be a rich door and a poor door, and a rich amenity space and a poor amenity space.
The ground floor plane now has 2 entrances for the social housing and for the market housing, and they're both on Nelson Street, and they're both symmetrical on either sides of the center line of the building. There's an additional side door entrance near the back for the market housing, and then there's a center opening onto the lane for the social housing. So they're fairly balanced. The amount of floor space is fairly balanced inside the building as well. The entrances, as I said, are symmetrical on Nelson Street.
Is there amenity space in the building?
There's amenity space on the ground floor for the social housing, and there's amenity space on the 16th floor for the market housing.
So separate amenity spaces.
That's correct.
Can you give me a ballpark estimate of the cost of the condos? Maybe a range, because I'm sure the ones on top will probably be the most.
I can't, the market is in a slow right now, and most of the sales centers have stopped their process. So our project won't be launched for another year, and so it's a little difficult to say where the market's going to be at that time.
Okay, thank you. I have some questions for staff too. I'm wondering if staff could repeat again the situation of the current tenants. I know you said what it was, but it was pretty fast and I didn't get it all. Like, how much is the rent? Are they guaranteed different housing at the same rent or less? That kind of thing. The tenants who are currently in the building, where the new building will go.
Right. Councillor Swanson, can you hear me? This is Nick Danford, rezoning planner.
Yeah, I can hear you. Thanks.
Yeah. Great. So at the time of application, there were 31 tenants that were living on the site between the two buildings. Since that time, 27 of the tenants have moved out and have been given their relocation packages. The average rent that they were paying at the time was $1,025, and there was a mix of either studio or one-bedroom units there. So so there are 4 tenants that are left on the site that have yet to move out.
Okay, another couple more questions here. The cost of the 102 units of social housing is supposed to be $70 million. Isn't that a lot? I'm wondering how many modular units we could build with $70 million if we just had the cash. And the other thing I was wondering is if you could give me a ballpark estimate of the rents in the secured rental units.
Yeah, so for your first question, I might hand that over to Dan Garrison. He's on the line and will be able to speak a bit more to the CAC value. And then for the second part of your question, I can answer that. It would be at market rate, so whatever the market value would be at the time once the building is constructed. So Dan, do you mind jumping in on that question?
Yes, sure. Thank you, Nick, and thank you for the question. Dan Garrison, Assistant Director of Planning, responsible for housing policy and regulation. So the cost of the 102 units, Councillor Swanson, you're correct, is anticipated to be $70 million, or is secured at $70 million, and that is a relatively high construction cost for social housing at over $700 a foot. That said, I think it is one of the challenges with an inclusionary housing model is that the construction cost tends to be relatively high because it's related to the construction cost of the overall condominium building. However, if you look at the full cost of delivering affordable housing in another way, one of the advantages of an inclusionary model is that 100% of the cost you're paying is construction. There is no land cost involved. And so if you were to look at a model where we were trying to achieve the same thing in the West End, where we had to do it through another model, you would be looking at both a construction cost that, yes, might be lower, maybe $550 a square foot instead of the 700 plus. But you would also have to factor in perhaps $400, $500 a square foot in land costs. So the total cost of delivering affordable housing in the West End through the inclusionary approach, because there is no land cost, is actually more cost effective than if we were to have to try to acquire land in such high value locations, which is why we generally use inclusionary housing models in locations where the land costs are high, and we use.
Great. Thank you so much. That's the 5 minutes on the
more cost effective.
Thanks so much. That's the 5 minutes on to Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you very much. Councillor Swanson asked some of the questions that I have, but I like obviously the passive house aspect of this, but I am concerned that because of that together with the rental and social housing, we're overlooking the fact that this building is over 24 FSR, which is enormous and precedent setting. So I understand that there's trade-offs involved. So what we're saying is, in order to make the numbers work on this development, that we have to go up to a precedent-setting excess of 24 FSR. Is that the rationale for going this big?
And who's that directed to, Councillor Hardwick?
Well, it's either to staff or to the applicant. Obviously, the height and massing of this development has been, every development has a pro forma behind it, and we're enthusiastic about aspects of it, including our passive house design. So I just want to clarify with both staff and the applicant that we're balancing out our desire for the passive house and for the rental and social housing with giving this really unprecedented FSR.
Hi there, Councillor Hardwick. It's Nick Danford again, a rezoning planner. I think that there's acknowledgement as well that 24 FSR is quite a high FSR, and I think that is a bit of the result of the plan. Now, the Burrard Corridor is a high-density area that was always envisioned to be that, and so there are a few policies in the West End plan that would drive that to have residential there. Now, the smallest possible site that is allowed for a tower in the West End plan is 130 feet by 130 feet. That is the size of this lot. And so when you extrapolate that the floor plate is 7,500 square feet and they can go to a maximum of 550 feet, that does result in a high FSR. And so the policy does allow for that. And with regards to the financials, I might hand that over to Audrey, and she might be able to speak to the financials around that.
Thank you. Is Audrey there? Clock is ticking.
Clarify the question, please.
Looking at the financial balance, that I think is what I'm getting here is that you're looking to balance off the extreme FSR over 24 FSR to justify. I mean, we want the passive house, we want the rental, we want the social housing. Is the justification for this level of FSR in the pro forma necessary to balance these needs out?
It is for sure, but as Nick described, the West End Community Plan dictates the size of lot required for a building of this height, and it dictates what the height will be and what the floor plate size will be. The only criteria that we've gone over on is the floor plate size, and the city has a policy in place that allows for extra floor plate to accommodate the extra wall thickness and the mechanical equipment that's required for the passive house. So it's marginally over the amount, but it's all taken up in passive house mechanical and in the wall thickness.
Okay, well, I'll take that as a yes then, because it seems that we're getting to further and further extremes to make the numbers work on these kind of developments. But I do applaud the passive house aspect of what's been done here. So that'll be it for my questions. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Councillor Weave, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I have a couple similar questions kind of building on the two other councillors. The first one is on the 102 social housing units. Are these 102 turnkey that will be given to the city, or these be operated at our current social housing definition of 30%?
Yes, Councillor Weave, Nick Danford here. Yeah, so yes to both questions. So they would be handed over turnkey to the city and contracted to a nonprofit to operate. Yeah.
So all 102 will be delivered to the city and added to our mix?
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. Because in there, social housing, if it's only 30% of those units, then they are very expensive units. Appreciate that. Second is on the passive house. In different reports here and presentations, we see passive house design, passive house elements, passive house, but I don't see the passive house certified that we had talked about in the original designs, and also the open kind of atriums with the trees. I've heard might no longer be in the project. So I'm wondering if the proponent can talk about, are they still able to do that type of design, and what is the level of certification that the building will be able to achieve?
Yeah, one of the areas that during our development of our design has been the floor plate size, even though it's been to the maximum size, the city had indentations that caused the overall bulk of the building to be greater than it otherwise would be. So the city has asked us to reduce the bulk of the building by removing some of the indentations. So the sky gardens were deleted as a result of that process. The sky gardens were also, we were cautioned by the urban development planning board that they were considered difficult to maintain trees in such environments. And so with those two considerations, we ended up removing them from the building.
Okay, and the level of passive house?
The certification for the passive house is a part of the requirement. There would be an occupancy permit issued until certification is achieved. So our design gets vetted by the Institute in Germany at various stages, and the most recent one during the development planning permit stage that we're now entering, should this be approved. And so that certification is done before construction starts, and then as construction is going, there's testing that's done all the way up as the building is being built, and to ensure that when the building is completed, it's a passive certified building.
Okay, thank you very much. And I guess my next question would be to staff then. I like the bulk of the building and having the sky gardens as kind of challenging the norm of our building design. So can you respond to why we went away from that option of trying something really creative and new?
Great. For that question, I'll just hand you over to Shylin Black, who's the development planner on the file.
Hi, thanks, Nick, and thanks, Councillor, for the question. I just want to make sure I can be heard at the moment.
Yes, you can. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So with regard to the sky gardens, we did have that in the original application. We, as a planning group, have seen many previous proposals for elevated sky gardens, substantial planting. What usually happens is the proponents, as they work through the details of maintaining and constructing these high-level, substantially planted areas, determine that there's additional complications that make them less viable. These proponents didn't get that far. They heard from the urban design panel during the course of their review about their concerns for the viability of elevated gardens that contain trees and the like. And that was one of the factors that they took into consideration as they moved through review. The second consideration was planning staff indicated that we had concerns about the apparent bulk and mass of the tower, part of which is a product of the H-shaped floor plan, a relatively articulated floor plan. Given those two concerns expressed, the proponents decided to revise the floor plan to simplify the floor plan, which has the effect of reducing its width and its proximity to Nelson Street, which was identified to them as a concern from us. And they chose to go with a simplified floor plan. The consequence of that is they didn't have they won't have the sky gardens in the next iteration when they come forward at the development stage. I hope that answers the question.
It did. I just saw that would increase the livability. Is there any elements that do kind of create that livability where neighbors can meet in some sort of different type of form? Because I know that it was different levels would be able to see each other, and it kind of created a little bit of a community in the sky. So I'm just wondering, are there any livability aspects that they've still been able to keep? Maybe that's a question to the proponent.
With Mo speaking from IBI, there is a full floor of amenities, and it has a large amenity deck on one side of the project, which is a good aspect. One other point that I want to raise about the deletion of the sky garden is that
Okay. Makes sense, but thank you.
Thanks very much.
Point of privilege, Councillor
Councillor Swanson.
I'm not hearing the staff person or the applicant when they speak. I'm hearing them, but it's cutting out. It's hard to understand what they're saying.
Yes, Councillor Swanson, I've been monitoring that, and I do think the staff seem to be fine. It is the applicant. Line that seems to be fading in and out, and I would think that's on the applicant's end. So if the applicant could speak a little closer to their microphone, that would be helpful. But it may be an internet connection problem. But I hope that helps, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Carr, go ahead. And Council, just to again, if we can stick within the 5 minutes per questions and answers, that would be great. Thank you, Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to pursue the line of questioning that Councillors Swanson and Weeb started around the 102 units of social housing that will be transferred to the city and operated by a nonprofit. I'd just like clarification. Of those 102 units, would they all be at rent geared to income, or would it be the standard definition of social housing where 30% of those units would be rent geared to income at Hills, and the other 70% would be at market rate?
Nick Danford here. Yep, you're right, Councillor Carr. So it'll be 30% at Hills rates and 70% at low end of market.
And can you define low end of market for me?
Yep. So low end of market would apply to folks making between $74,000 and $113,000 a year.
Okay. And so it would apply to those people. And what would the rent be? Is the rent at market rate for those people, or would it would it be at 30% of their income?
For that one, I'll pass you over to Michelle Vernouille, who is on the line as well.
Great, thank you.
Hi, thank you for the question. This is Michelle Vernouille, Affordable Housing Projects. So the low end of market units would be 90% of market. We would have the nonprofit operator go out and do a market survey to find out what the rents in the neighborhood are, and it would be 90% of that appraised value. However, when we do go out to RFP, we will be looking for an operator that can, as much as possible, reduce the rental rates for more than the 30% at Hills to achieve the greatest amount of benefit. So they'll need to do that, but continue to have a viable building, as we know there's no subsidies for the rental.
Yes, I understand that. The current tenants, do they have priority of being able to move into the Hills units of the social housing? If they meet the income test?
Yes, if they meet the income test, they do have priority to return at the Hills rent, which is all rent geared to income. You're correct. So 30% of their income.
Okay. And if they don't meet that income test, then their option would be to move into the units that are at 90% of market. Can you give me a sense of what the current market rate is, or even that, if it's not that, it could be the pro forma figures of what the expected rents would be? What would be 90% of the expected rent, either by the pro forma or by what you estimate to be the current rents in the area?
Currently, at the 2005 plus citywide rent, so anything that was built after 2005, 90% of the 2019 rate for a one bed would be $1,748, a two bed $2,350, and a three bed $2,679. But that's for citywide. It's not specific to that area, and that's why we would have the appraisal done.
Sure, understood. Okay, that's it for my questions. Thank you so much for your answers.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're on to Councillor Fry for up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And similarly, I think a lot of my questions around the social housing piece have been answered based on the other questions. I'm not seeing, I mean, other than the social housing, though, there doesn't seem to be a lot of public benefit community amenity contributions. Are we anticipating any additional? I see there's some public art in there, but any contributions? Of course, contributions of this kind go to more than just housing. It's our society needs more than just housing. Are we anticipating any opportunities to do more for the public realm, considering the impacts on the park and the use of that park with the new residents?
Hi there, Councillor Fry, Nick Danford again. So that's a really good question. Yeah, much of the CAC is being taken by the social housing. As part of the higher buildings policy, there is requirement to provide open or green space on the site. It is a tight site, and so there is a proposed mid-block connection, a 2.5-meter pedestrian connection that matches that which was acquired through the Butterfly to create that connection between the lane and Nelson Street. As well as the rental was not expected to be delivered on this site. It is not part of the policy. However, we are achieving 50 rental units as part of it. And then finally, the design of the building responds to the higher buildings policy by creating a very creative building that pierces the skyline.
Sure, but given the amount of new people that this building will be introducing, and of course the Butterfly next door, are we anticipating any kind of ratio of humans to public amenities that are going to be necessary, like access to green space and community services like community centers and that kind of thing?
Yeah, so the overall public benefit strategy for the West End will contribute, and so we will see those projects move forward and continue to move forward, achieved through the public benefit strategy, but no cash CAC has been achieved through this rezoning.
Right. Okay. So shifting a little bit on the line of thinking here, what does a passive house project of this scale mean for community benefits as far as ancillary spin-offs for local industry? Like I'm thinking fenestration and these kind of pieces. Are these going to be local producers? Are we creating good passive house related jobs in the city?
Right. Shailen, do you want to take that one?
Thank you, Nick, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. Our expectation in general is that projects like this one will help advance the state of the art for passive house design, consulting, construction, all the way through. But as to the specific benefits and whether each component is local or regional, I think it would be better to hear from the proponents. They'll have a better idea of where they plan to acquire the skills and the trades and the consultants to do this work, if that's possible for the proponents to speak to this one with a little bit more specifics than I'm able to offer.
Sure. Are we hearing from the proponents now, or is this just staff?
Nope. Go ahead with proponents.
Okay, Rick Gregory with the proponent. I think probably the most valuable jobs, certainly at this stage, are the consulting jobs, and it's all of the engineering is being done in Canada. In fact, locally in Vancouver here. We are planning to use local suppliers insofar as possible. We're talking to cladding contractors and window contractors that are in the Lower Mainland, and if they're not available in the Lower Mainland, then we'd be reaching out probably into the Toronto area for some of the cladding components. The mechanical components will be there's a couple of European manufacturers that we'll be using for some of the heat transfer ventilation equipment, HRV units. But other than that, the mechanical equipment will be sourced locally, and a lot of equipment that is being put into the building, hasn't been done on this scale before, and so there's a lot of again expertise that will be obtained from this project, and there's that benefit.
Okay, thank you. I'm out of time, so yeah.
Thanks very much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning. I have a question, and just back on the social housing units, hopefully a quick clarification. I note in the report it says up to 102 social housing units. Can you comment as to if that number is going to vary?
Yeah, so we have up to 102 social housing units. It's based on floor area size, so we are acquiring a certain amount of floor area that right now yields 102 units. However, that may change given that the project still needs to meet, the social housing needs to meet the family housing mix that's required, and we've conditioned that through the rezoning.
Okay, and then in terms of the aggregate total number of units, my understanding normally is that it's equivalent to 20%, but I know in this report it says that under the inclusionary housing provision for the area of the broad corridor that it's 25% of new floor space. Is that why it yields more than 20% units when you do the math? Because of the 25% of floor space provision?
Yeah, that's right. It would be based on the calculations based on floor area as opposed to unit count.
Okay. Thanks, that's helpful. And then switching gears, maybe as a former park commissioner, parks are always important to me. I'm looking at the shadowing information that appears in the report around page 10. And I wonder if you can advise, because I notice it also says in the West End plan that it contemplates a maximum of 550 feet, and this is an extra, this is 585, I think, including the need for the passive house components. So I'm wondering if we would see a difference on the shadowing if it stayed within the limit for the West End plan, and secondarily to that, really materially what that experience is going to be on that park since there's so little green space nearby.
Right. So the West End plan speaks to the highest habitable floor area of 550 feet. So it does allow for the building to extend past that with appurtenances and passive house provisions. So I mean, there is an extra 30 feet that would be felt on the ground plane with a shadow. The appurtenances are structured in a way that they're porous, so you can see through them and would mean that the shadow would be similar. With regards to the shadowing impact on Nelson Park, as seen in the shadow diagrams, the park, it starts on the equinox, on the spring equinox, the shadow begins around, let's say, just after 8 o'clock and goes through the park and exits the park, exits the school portion of the park at around 10:20 or 10:25.
Are you talking AM or PM? I just want to be clear.
Sorry, AM.
Okay. So what about the afternoon? Kids are getting out of school. They're trying to bring family units in there, and the shadowing is happening in the afternoon.
No, the shadow exits the park at 10:25 a.m. and continues north. Okay.
So it does have commentary here around the shadowing then moves from the park onto the sidewalk then for the afternoon time period? Is that correct?
We'll continue to move and sweep across northwards.
Okay. And with respect to view corridor, I know there's a reference in the report around page 8, 9, somewhere around there, that policies that you can't contravene a view corridor, but I don't see an explicit statement that says this does not. Can I get clarity on if this is breaking a view cone or not?
No, it is the only view cone that it goes through is the Queen Elizabeth View Corridor, which the higher buildings policy allows it to do so. No other view corridors have been impacted.
Okay, and we have a number of buildings that impact that specific Queen Elizabeth corridor?
Yeah, so the higher buildings policy allows for buildings to go through that view corridor, providing they meet a number of policy requirements.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to ask a question of the applicant, if I can, as my last little bit of time, and that is the preponderance of units. The majority is obviously strata on this project. I assume that was based on the economics of the project, but in response to the change in the market, had there been any consideration to having more rental units versus strata?
Just 15 seconds.
No, there wasn't. We were asked to put in 5 floors of rental, which we did, and we left the remainder as strata.
Thanks so much. That's the 5 minutes. On to Councillor Bly, up to 5 minutes, please.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, I have some questions for probably staff to start with. And I'd like to focus around the social housing units. And it's flagged for me the income required to afford 70% of the low end market is still quite high at 74 to 114,000 a year. So my first question is, it states in the report that this application fits with the West End plan in terms of providing 102 social housing units towards the target of 500 in the first 10 years of the plan. And I'm wondering if there are parameters around the affordability of those social housing units in the West End plan. Hope that question's clear. So I'm trying to line up what we're being delivered here through this project, that it actually meets the required affordability for the social housing units outlined in the West End plan.
Right. So the target rents in the social housing are anticipated to reflect the West End objective to maintain and enhance affordability that is currently provided through the older housing stock. The mix of affordability is a common approach. Perhaps, Michelle, I might throw that one to you if you have anything to add on that.
This is Michelle Vernoy. This is the approach that we have been taking with any of these inclusionary sites, typically, the 30% at Hills and 70% at low end of market. And what the reason, again, being the viability of the project, because the nonprofit operator needs to be able to make the building operate, essentially. We do try to deepen affordability as much as possible on them, and we have seen sites where they have achieved much greater affordability than the 70% low end of market. So.
Okay, which is actually 90% of market in that 70%. Okay, I'm not hearing a clear answer that there is affordability parameters, but if there's more info to come, that would be great to get. I'm just going to move on to, so I think we may hear from speakers around the West End Community Plan, and I'd like to just clarify while we're talking about that in the report it says that the plan does not limit density. So I just want to confirm that that's true. We've heard about FSR from another councillor already, and I imagine we may hear about it again. So just could you round up any clarification around that in relation to the West End plan and indication of this FSR?
Right, yeah, so that's correct. The plan does not set an absolute height or absolute maximum FSR like, for example, the Canby plan does in certain areas. Instead, it's driven by urban design considerations, and so included in those considerations is a height maximum of 550 feet and a maximum floor plate of 7,500 square feet. So those two components, as well as consideration through the review process, would drive what the total FSR is for the site.
Okay, and so the height and the floor plate line up with the West End Community Plan expectations?
Generally, yes. So the maximum floor plate size is 7,500. This is in excess of that. However, because of the provisions around the passive house, as well as the oscillating profile of the building, requires that floor plate sizes vary. And then the 550 feet is compliant. Okay.
My last question is back over to the social housing unit and the two separate entrances. I've been left with the impression in conversations before this was referred to public hearing that the city preferred to have separate entrances to enable a smoother operation for the third-party operator. Could I hear from staff on that? Is that the case, that this is not necessarily developer-driven design, but actually more so a request to the city staff in planning?
Michelle, can you take that one, please?
Yes. So traditionally, we have had separate entrances and lobbies and amenity spaces. So you are correct in that assumption that that has been how we have approached it, keep costs down for nonprofit operators and minimize any maintenance expenses. For this one, we do have, and we have had for the last couple of years, shared outdoor play areas. And in this one, there is a shared outdoor area on the ground floor. So,
thanks so much. We're just after the 5,
so
if you want to. Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Carr, you have about a minute left.
Yeah, thank you. I just have 2 questions. One, it only requires a yes or no. Are embodied emissions considered in passive house standard?
Hi, Councillor Charlene Black here from Planning. I don't believe embodied emissions are a part of the current passive house standard.
Great. Okay, thank you. Secondly, regarding shadowing, the shadowing study shows at 10 a.m. spring equinox that the playground and the school are at least partially, and I think from my knowledge of the playground, almost fully covered. And the shadowing goes to 10:25. And I'm wondering if you've looked at whether that's the recess time for kids going to that school, and if the shadowing will be worse from the fall equinox to the spring equinox, that is, over the winter season.
Yeah, go ahead, Shylin, go ahead.
Sorry, Shylin Black here again. Yeah, it's a good question. We did note that the shadow departs the school portion of the site at about 10:20, 10:25. Last we checked, the recess for this particular school was more like 10:40, 10:45 in the morning. So at the time the kids actually come out onto that playground area, the shadow's gone. It's
thanks so much.
Well off the site.
We're over. Councillor Swanson, you've put yourself on the list again. If you're going to have a second round of questions, you'd have to move a motion to do that, and it would need a majority to pass.
Point of privilege, Mr. Mayor. It's
Councillor Deschanel. Sure, go ahead.
I do have some questions. I didn't want to interrupt. If you could add me to the list for first round, please. Thank you.
Okay, we can come back to that. Councillor Swanson, you're on the list.
I move that we have a second round of questions.
Okay, need a seconder for that.
Second, Councillor Kirby, yes.
Okay, and I'm going to call yays and nays. All in favor of a second round of questions say yay.
Yay.
And all opposed say nay. Okay, thanks so much. I am going to go on to Councillor Dejanova first. Council, if you just stop putting your names on for a second, I'm just going to rearrange the list here. Councillor Dejanova is still in the first round, so Councillor Dejanova, please go ahead.
Thanks. Well, to staff, I had a question regarding LEM or low end of market. It's not the City of Vancouver, to clarify, just on the answers to some of the questions, that sets the rate. These rates are looked at and scoped provincially. Is that correct? I just wanted to make that's how we were basing low end of market here.
This is Michelle Vernoy. Yes, the low end of market is based on CMHC average rents, and it's the Hills that is based on BC Housing.
Okay, so but it's not the City of Vancouver's policy specifically that sets this policy, or that looks at the exact amounts, which I believe was from $94,000 to $114,000.
Those are based on the CMHC average rents.
Thanks so much. I appreciate that. Also, just wondering if maybe staff could provide some information on what kind of need there is in the city, just from the information you have on people making those incomes who are looking for housing. Is there a fairly high need for that type of housing?
This is Michelle Vernoy again. Thank you for the question. There is a need for rental housing generally, and those are still lower rents than one would find for any similar units in that area.
Okay. But there is a need for low end of market or reduced market housing. That's what we've heard in the consultation for this project. Is that correct? I'm just wondering if you could maybe elaborate a little bit on through our city and looking at our housing strategy. I mean, is there a high amount of people who are looking at reduced rent? They wouldn't quite meet the hills, but they need low end of market.
Yes, there are many tenants who would want to move into this housing. We have found that all of our social housing, those low end of market units, do get rented out because they are at a reduced rate. They do have to compete somewhat with market units. However, because there is a shortage of rental units, they are at a lower rate typically than what you'll find on the market. They are all rented out by our non-market buildings.
Thanks so much. Now, on the separate doors, and I was happy to hear there were separate playgrounds. I was on council last term when there was the tale of two playgrounds. But for the amenity space and the different doors, is that cost sharing in an airspace parcel that becomes a concern because this isn't completely strata? So it would be looking at the exact cost for the operator and the city in the units owned by the city that would be leased to a profit operator. Is that the rationale for separating that out?
This is Michelle Vernoy, Affordable Housing Projects again. Yes, we do separate them out. It allows for the ability to manage costs for the nonprofit operator. That being said, we are currently, you may recall, we did promise to go back and we're doing a shared spaces study currently, and we're looking at any of the shared versus non-shared spaces in buildings. That was to be done at this time, but it has been delayed because of the COVID crisis. So our nonprofits have been obviously occupied with other things. We are continuing that study, however, and we're going to take into consideration any of the implications or the feasibility of shared versus separate spaces within the building. We don't want to cause issues for our nonprofits by, going ahead and making those changes.
Just one more quick question, and
we only have 20 seconds, Councillor Deschanel. You have 20 seconds.
If you could put me back on the list, Mr. Mayor, for a second round, that would be great. Since we have a second round going now. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. So Council, I noticed a number of these questions are for staff. We've had at least I think 12 speakers waiting now for an hour on the line. So what I'm hoping is that you can direct your questions in this second round to the applicant, because you do have an opportunity to ask more staff more questions after we hear from the speakers. Of course, that is your prerogative, but I'm hoping to provide that direction. Thank you. Councillor Swanson, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, this is a question to staff. I think I know the answer, but I think it would be good for the people who are listening and everybody to understand the answer to this question, which is why, if the city is getting turnkey social housing units and the operator just have to pay for management and replacement reserve and no mortgage, why would we have to have 70% be at 90% of market, and why couldn't we have more affordability? And can we change this to make the housing more affordable to low-income people?
Hi, Councillor Dan Garrison chiming in on that. Yes, so it has been our typical practice when we get turnkey units to set, and I think it's really important, and it's as outlined in the report, to understand that the 30% of the housing income limits and the 70% at the low end of market is our base definition of affordability, or base definition of social housing in these projects. It is often not the ultimate outcome of the affordability level that's achieved. And so that is a threshold below which we cannot go, but we will try to achieve better than that as we move forward through the procurement process. It's important to understand that this project and this asset will become part of the Vancouver Affordable Housing Endowment Fund, part of that portfolio. There is work underway now to look at that portfolio, and that work will be coming to and working through council, where council can provide direction around that. Ultimately, affordability levels in these projects at the outcome of a procurement process with our nonprofit partners will be set through a lease, which will be approved by council. So there will be a number of opportunities following the approval, should council provide it, of this rezoning to work towards deeper levels of affordability than the base definition of social housing.
So the reason that the rents have to be so high is because the city is charging such a high lease? Is that what you're saying?
Generally speaking, we look at a lease payment on these units because otherwise the city is paying essentially 100% of the cost, and we do try, in order to meet our housing objectives, to bring partnership money into these projects. If we set the affordability level at a very deep level right out of the gates, there's no opportunity to bring partnership money either through government contributions or through lease payments, which are often supported by government contributions into these projects to deepen affordability. So that is the strategy, is to set a reasonable level of affordability while creating opportunities for other levels of government to contribute to these projects as well.
But if we had a lower lease payment, then the rents could be lower.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks so much, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for the applicant, but just to follow up on that with Mr. Garrison's question to Councillor Swanson, may I ask a follow-up question to that first?
Sure.
Thank you very much. I was going to keep it just the applicant because that was asked. I'll direct this to staff, but I assume Mr. Garrison might answer as it's similar to the last question Councillor Swanson asked. I would like to know if the reason that the City of Vancouver has moved forward with a model where there would be some money involved and some payment for the lease, if that is to maintain the building over time and look at the capital cost, so in 60, 80 years, the City of Vancouver isn't left with a huge amount of capital costs on units that were given to the city, that were leased to a nonprofit operator, but the owner is responsible for the capital costs.
Yes, it's Dan Garrison. Yeah, that is correct, Council. That's a really important consideration as we enter into leases with nonprofits over time, that both any upfront mortgage costs and anything related to that are covered, but also that long-term capital maintenance programs are factored into these buildings, because we need to ensure that they're well maintained over the course of time, and that we aren't getting assets back at the end of the lease period that have significant deferred maintenance in them. So it is important that's an important governor on how sort of low we can set the rents, is that they have to be high enough to offset both operating costs and long-term capital maintenance costs.
Thanks so much. And now a question for the applicant, Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Sure. Yes, please.
Thanks. My question to the applicant is, and it's a follow-up to an earlier question about the consideration for strata and rental, and if there was a consideration in this time, I'm not sure what this time would be, but if there was a consideration in moving forward with the application to have more rental, did the applicant find that what they needed to do was fit our policy? Because right now we're supposed to base this project on the policy. So my question to the applicant is, was this the most rental that you could provide or propose within the confines of our policy right now to make your pro forma work?
Yes, is the answer.
Great. I like that. Short and very precise. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. That's my questions.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's it, Council, for questions from council to the staff and applicant, and now we're going to move on to hearing from the public. If there are any speakers for this item and wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 5928142 hashtag, and that will get you on the list. And this number is on the live stream feed as well as on Twitter. And clerk, I know we have a number of speakers. I think you've said that on your in your message to me. So I'm just going to look at the list here because we have a speakers list. Oops, sorry. Just be 1 second. I think it's Charles Gauthier actually is the first speaker on the list. Clerks, do we have Mr. Gauthier there?
Mayor Stewart, yes, Mr. Gauthier is on the line.
Great. Okay, thanks very much. And Mr. Gauthier, whenever you're ready, up to 5 minutes. Thanks for participating today.
Thank you. My name is Charles Gauthier. I'm the president and CEO of the Downtown Vancouver Business Improvement Association. Our association is in support of this rezoning proposal, and I am a resident of the city of Vancouver. Passive house construction sets a high standard for energy efficient building design. The city of Vancouver is a prime location for the world's tallest passive house, as it signals our commitment to becoming the world's greenest city. The Downtown Vancouver BIA supports this rezoning proposal for several reasons. In addition to the environmental sustainability qualities associated with its passive house design, this project will also contribute to 3 sectors of the housing stock: social housing, market rental, and market condominiums. High-density housing in the downtown peninsula allows a growing number of people to walk or cycle to jobs and services and contribute to the success of the core area of the city. Therefore, this project has environmental benefits that extend beyond its passive house design. The DVBI looks forward to the social and sustainability improvements that this project will bring to the area, and we ask that council approve this rezoning proposal. And if I could just add, certainly this is one of the levers that the city has in terms of leading the city out of the current downturn that we've seen as a result of the pandemic. So this is part of, from our perspective, this is part of the economic recovery to provide jobs for trades and all the associated professionals. And those are my comments, Mayor and councillors.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gauthier. We don't have any questions for you, so I appreciate you calling in today. We're going to move to the next speaker, who is Mike Ben. Mr. Ben, whenever you're ready.
Yes, hello. My name is Michael Ben. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thanks very much, and I'll start your timer.
Thank you very much for taking my call. Thank you very much for taking my comments. My name is Mike Ben, and I'm a local resident of the West End. In fact, for 8 years, I lived directly adjacent to the proposed building at 998 Thurlow, and I currently reside 1 block away from the proposed building on the corner of Barclay and Butte. So I'm quite local to the project, and I strongly, strongly support this project for 6 key reasons. First and foremost, I support the 102 non-market housing included within this project, as well as the market rentals. It's important to have diverse communities and including social housing on site, which is key to providing diverse and inclusive communities. I'd just like to respond to Councillor Swanson's comment where she said it might be more cost effective to locate social housing off-site in modular communities. I'm strongly opposed to ghettoizing low-income communities by locating them off-site, and one of the reasons I choose to live in the West End is because of its diverse nature. 2, I find this building architecturally stunning. It will be a landmark for the Vancouver skyline, and if Vancouver wants to be considered an international city, we should be strongly considering projects like this. 3, I strongly support the density of the project. I'm highly concerned by some of the comments I've heard by some of the councillors where the implication that density is a dirty word. Density is not a dirty word. In fact, it should be strongly encouraged. Density creates vibrant, sustainable, walkable, cyclable, and environmental friendly communities. In fact, it is high density why I have chosen, and many others have chosen to live in the West End. And we should strongly be encouraging high density projects such as this. 4th, I strongly support the height of this building. I've chosen to live in the West End. This is the center of downtown, the center of the lower mainland. This is the exact site where council should be supporting and encouraging high building. And in fact, I would support council strongly consider to allow building to go even higher. Fifth, the passive nature of this building. Council in Vancouver has long argued that they want to be the greenest city in the world. And this is a project, high density, and the passive nature of the building will help support those goals. And sixth, and finally, I am a user of Nelson Park. I use it nearly daily within the summer. I am looking forward to enjoying Nelson Park in the sun, playing volleyball, playing bocce, and enjoying the view of this architecturally stunning building. So for these reasons, I strongly encourage council to support this building, support the rezoning, and encourage future projects like this. Thank you very much, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you for coming in today or phoning in. You have no questions, but we appreciate you participating. Thanks very much. And I'm going to be moving on to the next speaker. We have Michael Boosfield. Michael Boosfield, whenever you're on the line, let us know. Let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver and your name. And, well, of course, we know your name, but I'll start your timer whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. This is Michael Bousfield, just checking that everybody can hear me.
We can, thank you.
Thank you. Great. So, Mayor and Council, now you know my name, and I'm the Technical Director at Cascadia Windows and Doors. Thank you for having me speak today. I'm not a resident of Vancouver, but I am of Greater Vancouver, and I'm here to speak in support of the project. Our company, Cascadia Windows, is a locally owned manufacturer of high-performance fiberglass framed windows, and we hope to be a supplier to the project. Even if we're not, we're supportive of it regardless because of the beneficial impact it will have on the building industry in our city, in the local green building industry. So I've been invited to speak to council before, and thank you again. The last time it was about previous regulations that have become adopted to support sustainable building in Vancouver. I wanted to take this opportunity to acknowledge all of you and council for making regulations that incentivize the development community to reach out for more sustainable options. The proposal for this Nelson Street project is the largest demonstration that a passive house development can be done at that scale. So here's our view of how this project represents really the last of three related steps towards more energy conserving buildings. First, you have to have the technology. So as a local innovative manufacturer, we have been developing products that are substantially better than the norm today for where we felt the industry was going to need to be. And this technology is leading on a worldwide stage, and it's invented and manufactured right here in Metro Vancouver. Second, regulations. So we feel that policymakers who are changing regulations need to see the existence of products and technology that validate that the new regulations are rational. And so the products that we've created help to validate that. And the 1075 Nelson project will be a good demonstration of those types of products and how they work in practice. And then finally, third, kind of completing the circle, support for innovators. So for Vancouver to approve a project like this, it not only demonstrates that they've moved incentives in the right direction, but are also willing to take steps for it to become real. And so now on a different note, I'll describe how I see the connection between innovation and local jobs. So on the technology side, when it comes to building performance, the most logical way to achieve excellent energy efficiency in a building is with an airtight envelope and a well-insulated one. And traditionally, windows are a barrier to both of those things. So if high-performance windows were not used in these types of designs, you would require a much reduced glass area, which results in reduced happiness and quality of life for people who actually live in the building. So the remedy to that is high-performance windows. However, there's a very short list of suppliers in Metro Vancouver and beyond who could supply that. The majority of these producers are in Europe. So Cascadia Windows, like I said, is a locally owned business, continues to be at the leading edge of high-performance window innovation. We actually designed the world's first fiberglass-framed passive house certified window, which brought Metro Vancouver, from a fenestration perspective, onto the global stage of innovators. But if demand for high performance generally does not take off here locally, we are at risk of being left behind by bigger companies or global companies. And if that happens, that will not only delay the mass adoption of this kind of building here in our city, but when it finally arrives, the jobs that support these types of buildings won't be local jobs. So I'll close with a thank you to all of you for this time to present our view. I hope it's helpful to hear from a manufacturer that your decisions towards more energy conserving regulations are actually helping to create more jobs here and supporting real innovation as well. So thank you all again.
Thanks so much for your time. You do have a question from Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry, up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. And Mr. Boothfield, thanks so much for coming to join us today. I am indeed very curious about how projects like this can support the local industries that would help make this possible. Can you just give us a little bit of a sense of like what the scale of this project would mean for a company like yours, like volume of windows wise, and what is involved in high performance fenestration for passive house? As far as like, is this gas filled or?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Councillor Fry. So on the technical side, the product composition that would facilitate a project like this would be a low conductivity frame, which in our company's case would be constructed of fiberglass instead of metal. And it would have a glazing units in them that are triple glazed, and they contain coatings that enhance performance, and they contain gas fill that enhances performance. From a business and volume perspective, to supply a project like this project, let's say a couple of years from now, when the project is an actual building in terms of having a structure and the exterior work is going to begin, that would increase our company's local production by about 20% that year, which would in turn trigger at least about a dozen more skilled and unskilled jobs in our factory, plus 2 to 3 more skilled jobs in our office doing project management, three-dimensional drawing work, things like that.
And I'm just trying to wrap my head around the idea of shipping these windows in from Europe if we didn't have the facilities here, like volume-wise. I'm just trying to wrap my head around what that would look like in the amount of physical windows on a tanker or whatever.
Yeah, that's a good thought. And it's going to be many containers of products. The Europeans that build these kind of windows also have thought through their packaging. So a lot of them are good companies. A lot of them make relatively expensive products. They package their products carefully, but the construction team is still subject to the difficulties that arise during the construction process from having a supplier who is a boat ride across the ocean and then a truck ride across the country away, as opposed to, well, you can drive from our factory in Langley to the project site in an hour. So to have a local manufacturer should bring advantages to the construction team, and it'll be part of our proposal is to ensure that the team is offered local support.
So last question then, just on the lifespan of sort of passive house fenestration. I know that the typical window wall, curtain wall has like a 25, 30-year lifespan. How do these compare for passive house sealed units?
Yeah, another good question. The lifespan of a window is actually sort of separated between the framing and the glazing, which each of them have different lifespans, and actually glazing units can be changed while preserving the frame that they were installed in. Today's glazing units are quite good. It would be rational to assume that there would be very few replacements in a 30 to 40-year time period. But the framing, typically plastic windows or PVC windows, which are the most common for lower rise construction, those types of products have 20 to 30-year lifespans, whereas metal and fiberglass frame windows have much longer lifespans. It is one of the reasons why our company selected fiberglass as a technology. It's because the lifespan of the product is several times that of a plastic window. 50 years plus is a rational projection.
Okay. Thanks very much, Thank you very much, Mr. Boothfield. Appreciate it.
Thank you. That's it.
Are there others?
No, there aren't. Thank you very much for calling in today and appreciate your participation. Next on the list, moderator, if you could check if Janine Longley is there, please.
Certainly. Janine Longley, if you are on the line, please press star 1. Again, Janine Longley, if you are on the line, please press star 1. You are now unmuted. If you are on the line, please start addressing mayor and councillors with your comments. Mayor and councillors, it appears that Janine Longley is not on the line. We did send them a reminder email, and we did try to reach out to them, but they have not called back in.
Okay, thanks very much. We'll move to the next speaker then, is Stephen Regan.
Stephen Regan. Stephen Regan, your line is now unmuted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks very much for calling in today.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, my name is Stephen Regan. I'm the executive director with the West End Business Improvement Association. We represent the businesses on Davy, Denman, and Robson in the West End. We are in support of the rezoning of 1075 Nelson Street. Just very quickly, Webbia, we have been involved in the West End Community Plan going back to 2012. One of the key points we made during the time is that there was a support from our board and our membership for increased density. And I think we used the phrase density done well. And we feel like this was one of the projects that would kind of meet that definition, sustainable practices at the highest standards put in place. Consultation we felt we were connected to and consulted during various stages of their proposal and plan, and so we feel that it would make a strong contribution to the neighborhood, to the business community, and we are in support. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thanks very much, and I don't see anybody on the queue for questions. Just want to thank you for phoning in today, and that'll be it for your time. And we're on to the next speaker. We're looking for Rod Makel.
Rod Makel, your line is now unmuted. Rod Makel, again, your line is now unmuted. You may address mayor and councillors with your comments. Thank you.
Hi, this is Rod McGill. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks very much for phoning in, and we know your name. We're just looking also for your place of residence, and then you have up to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm speaking in favor of the resolution. I was a resident at 1059 Nelson Street, one of the buildings that's still there that will come down. And I, thankfully, thanks to the City of Vancouver and to the owner of the building, I took advantage of the relocation package and I've moved to an apartment in Mount Pleasant. So thank you very much to everyone. It was very generous, and, that alone was a great benefit to me and to the other tenants. By coincidence, I also lived in Dubai in the year 2000 for about 5 years. I lived in the shadow of the Burj Al Arab, another building designed by Tom Wright, the British architect, who has the design in front of you that Rick Gregory was smart to get. I just want the building design, as a previous speaker said, is iconic, and not only the passive feature of the engineering, but this, I know Vancouver is put on the map by its location, its geography, its beauty, but the buildings are important. This can be a significant, iconic building, just like the Burj Al Arab is in Dubai. No matter, as you know, in Dubai has gone through expansive development over the years subsequent to Tom Wright's Burj Al Arab, which is sitting just offshore. But no matter what happens with all of the Burj Islands, Jumeirah Islands features in Dubai, that building alone stands as the most iconic building in Dubai, even though they have the tallest structure in the world, even though they have incredible engineering feats. So I think Vancouver has an opportunity to have a design, to have the engineering of a passive house that I think you don't want to say no to this. I just think, it's just a marvelous design, and it really stands for what Vancouver is. I mean, individual, iconic, just beautiful. So that's it.
Okay, thanks very much for phoning in today. And we have no councillors on the line for to ask questions, so appreciate you calling in. We have Mark Jadoin on next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can the group hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead. Just let us know your residence and up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, thanks much. My name is Mark Chaudrin, and I live actually on 1059 Nelson, and I've done so for about a year. I'm a semi-retired senior who came out from Eastern Canada to help a friend with his company that happens to be based in Railtown. Honestly, I feel a little sheepish because I don't have any particular professional insight to offer other than my own personal views on the matter. But nevertheless, by way of background, I came out from primarily Eastern Canada to Vancouver for the first time in 1974, that summer. And, some people on this call may have not been born then, but I think Jaws was the big summer movie that year. It gives you an idea how long ago it was. And honestly, I was absolutely flabbergasted and floored, as most newcomers are to Vancouver, but in particular to the West End. I'd never seen, certainly in Canada, any place that was so verdant and pleasant. And anyway, I ended up going back after that summer to Eastern Canada. I did a 4-year degree, and I promised myself I'd come right back out here and live. And life got in the way, and it took me 40 years actually to get back out here, but I eventually did. And I was actually staying with a friend when I heard of the when I came back out, when I heard of 1059, because when I came back out again, I was equally flabbergasted by Vancouver and the West End, but in particular by the price of the rents. And so I was staying at a friend's at that time, and but I heard about 1059, and I looked into it and managed to get myself a place here where I honestly intended it just to be an interim place for me to park until I found something more commodious that I could afford, and honestly, I came to really enjoy the building, and I came to really enjoy my neighbors and the location and the landlord, and so I haven't looked for anything else. I've stayed here, and I'll say that I mentioned the landlord. Well, he and the super have been great to deal with. The super is a gentleman by the name of Mike Wagner, and he's been terrific. And when my refrigerator failed, he had I didn't have to mention it twice. He had it swapped out really darn quickly, and he's been helpful to me on many other counts. Well, one of the reasons I've stayed is, of course, it's been so walkable. I can walk to my gym. Being a senior at the Robert Lee is a perfect environment, and so all this to say that the location is great, and given the treatment I've had from the landlord, I support the project, and I think one of the earlier speakers spoke to the iconic nature of the building, and the quality and the environmental benefits to it all. So I'm very I am supportive, and I understand that former tenants will get a break should we. So I hope to stay in the neighborhood and come back when the building is completed, because I understand there'll be favorable rents, and so yeah, I'm on board with the project, and and I basically want to commend, it seems like all of the councillors and staff and the supplier or the vendor or they've all been very leaning into it in a very positive way. I'm actually impressed with the whole process. And I guess my 5 minutes are up. And if in case I didn't make it clear, I do support the initiative of this project. Thanks for listening. I hope it didn't drone on too long.
So that's fine. Thank you very much. And actually, you're under your 5 minutes, so appreciate you calling in. Wow. You do not have it. You do not have any questions from councillors, but appreciate your participation today. Council, the next, thank you. Next caller is Graham Wood.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Hi, Mary.
Whenever you're ready, up to 5 minutes.
Well, okay, thanks so much. I'm Graham Wood, Director of Real Estate with the Bloom Group. We operate in Vancouver, and we're an organization that's been around for about 60 years. We do housing in the downtown east side, and we have properties in the west end. We serve about 700 people directly and about 2,000 people indirectly throughout the province of BC. We've helped lead many of the community's most progressive sort of social services, including homelessness, end-of-life care. We operate 2 hospices in Vancouver, one in the downtown east side, one at Burrardview Park. We work with individuals' mental health challenges, addictions, and we ensure women fleeing violence have places to stay. So that's a bit about Bloom and who I'm here representing. And I'm calling in to actually support this proposal as it helps one of the key goals of the West End Plan, which is relevant to us, the Bloom Group, which is the creation of social housing. Across the street, literally directly across the street, is our Nicholson Tower. It's a 50-year-old concrete building, approximately 20 stories tall, and we support 221 units of social housing in that particular development. And I apologize for the background. I don't know if you hear it. There's lots of hammering going on. So hopefully you can hear me.
I can. Thank you.
Okay. So I look at this proposal and I understand there's about 102 housing units and 50 units of market rental housing. And I think that's fantastic because it increases the amount of not only social housing, but rental housing. And our view, in my view in particular, is that housing is a spectrum. And increasing the supply will help across, marginally across every sector, so people can sort of move through that spectrum. And I look at this project, and it's large, and I think it's actually great because it's bringing that supply into the city that we need. Vancouver being one of the most expensive cities, it's a struggle for a lot of people to find adequate housing. This will just help, in my view. Same goes with rental rate. Vacancy rates are extremely low. Adding more supply, again, will alleviate a lot of that. And one of the really interesting parts, and what I'm really hopefully excited about for this particular project, is not only the high quality potential social housing that it's going to be, but the fact that there's going to be passive house elements here. And why that's important to me from a nonprofit lens is it actually producing passive house at scale is actually going to probably create capacity within the construction industry to do this at a better cost. And I say that because our own building and Nicholson Tower across the street is 50 years old. We're having issues in the summer now with the way heat's going and ensuring a lot of the seniors there are actually adequately cool. So I think passive house will help that. In new development opportunities, the chance to sort of bring down those operational costs to me is huge. If we can do that at a level sort of reasonable to regular construction, it'll just help in the future. So that capacity and the knowledge in construction industry, this is a market development, but I think that can pass along to groups like ours when we do our own construction and development projects, particularly within Vancouver, but throughout the region and across the nation as well. Our own vision, Bloom's own vision, is to increase quality access to housing in areas across the city. So we work primarily in the downtown east side, sort of the Marpole area and West End. So I kind of see this as just a way to go, and the passive house elements are great. And I don't want to take too much time, and I apologize because I didn't hear many of the other speakers. It's sort of midday, and I've been in a couple meetings internally. So hopefully I'm not just repeating things, and hopefully I've been clear enough. But at the end of the day, I encourage Mayor and Council to support this project and proposal. I think it's going to be an important contribution to the city in terms of social housing, but in terms of housing in general, and also in terms of construction methods. Just to reiterate, I think that in particular can very much help the nonprofit sector reduce our costs long-term if our front-end capital costs are lower. So thanks very much.
Thanks very much, and I don't see any other questions for you, so that's it for today. So thanks for participating. We're moving over now to the ninth speaker, which is Scott DeLangboom. I hope I have that correct. If I could turn that over to the moderator.
Hello, Mayor, Council, coming through okay?
Hi there. Yes, you are, and up to 5 minutes. So just let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver, and then go right ahead.
Okay, excellent. And you did do not too bad on the name. Mayor, Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today on this proposal. I'm in full support of this project and want to ask you all to vote for it. But before I get into this, I want to take a few moments to discuss the process because I rearranged my entire Thursday evening so I could speak in favor of the 102 social housing units, the 50 rental homes, and only to find out that late in the evening I wasn't going to have the opportunity. And now speakers are being heard during what are typically working hours on a weekday. And if I hadn't actually taken vacation time for unrelated reasons, I wouldn't be here today to speak to you. And all of this creates barriers to public participation and biases to public hearings towards the wealthiest and those who have the time to dedicate multiple hours over multiple days to come out and discuss these projects. And that bias is against the people who need these homes the most. The 102 families that need these social housing units, they don't necessarily have the option to come out and sit through what's now going into nearly 6 hours of public hearing now. And because of that, it doesn't achieve the public participation that's needed. And it's hard to really consider this process to be fully legitimate. And the virtual public hearings help reduce those barriers, but I do think Council needs to seriously reflect on how this process works and how to improve participation. But now onto the project itself. Like I said, I fully support this project, and Vancouver does have a housing crisis. We have a major shortage of social housing, a shortage of rental homes, and also a shortage of condos. This project is an important step towards addressing the housing shortage with the 102 social housing units, the 50 rental homes, and the 382 owner-occupied homes. And for that reason alone, you all should approve this project, but there's even more reasons why this would be a great addition to the city. This building is a passive house, which will help the city achieve its climate goals, and is located in one of the most walkable and transit-abundant parts of the city, with multiple bus routes nearby, a SkyTrain station a short 10-minute walk away, and being located next to downtown and the West End, the future residents are going to have the option of walking and cycling to the major employment and shopping areas in the city. Council really can't maintain a credible commitment to acting on the climate emergency that's being declared if this project is voted down. And as a side benefit, the architecture is great and it's going to make an excellent addition to the skyline. If I had one critique, it would be that there's too much parking for such a centrally located, walkable part of the city. 8 levels of underground parking has significant greenhouse gas emissions due to the concrete required for it. But that's overall a minor concern, and the project is great, helps take action towards several of the city's key policy goals. And for that reason, I'm in full support of the project and wish to encourage everyone on council to vote in support. Thanks.
Thanks very much for your time today. And I don't see any questions on the queue for you, so we're going to move on to our next speaker. And we have Christian Cianfrone. Christian Cianfrone, the 10th speaker. Sorry about that. maybe you could correct me on that, and also let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver before you start for your 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, my name is Christian Chanfrone. It's a good attempt. I myself am not a resident of Vancouver. I'm the executive director of the Vancouver-based organization, the Zero Emissions Building Exchange, or ZEBEX. Thank you for allowing me to speak today in support of the project. ZEBEX is an organization whose mission is to accelerate the enthusiasm and capacity for industry to design and build cost-effective, healthy, and attractive zero-emission buildings. And so I support this project primarily with respect to its leadership in environmental performance, and echoing a lot of the comments we already heard here. In order for the city to successfully advance regulation towards zero-emission buildings, which is the path charted through the zero-emission building plan, it's critical that we have projects that act as a beacon to illustrate what can be done ahead of that regulatory schedule. The projects that show us that the end state of near zero or zero emission buildings is in fact achievable. But I think even more than achieving the high level of performance are the lessons learned that industry will benefit from. In fact, our organization was founded on that principle of learning from leaders and early adopters. And so if they can develop and show us the solutions that are required to achieve these high levels of performance, and also identify potential barriers early on, then we as an industry can disseminate that knowledge. We can work with partners to advance those solutions, overcome those barriers, so that when 100% of the projects need to meet these standards in the next 5 to 10 years, we've adequately scaled up the capacity to do so. And this theory of change is no longer a theory. It's been proven out in other jurisdictions around the world. Our organization organized a study tour to Brussels last year, and we witnessed how leadership can pave the way for successful regulation. And as of 4 years ago, the minimum building code requirements in Brussels are actually at the passive house level of performance, the same performance that this project is targeting. And where we're hoping as an industry to be in the next 5-10 years, both in Vancouver and across BC. And while there's a lot we can learn from our peers in Europe, I think we need local examples that show the solutions for our climate, for our codes, and as you heard earlier today, for our supply chains as well. So I'm eager for this project to move forward, to have the opportunity to extract the learnings from it, and ultimately increase the enthusiasm and capacity for our industry at large to build these zero emission buildings at scale. So thank you.
Thanks very much for your time. We don't have any questions from council, so we're going to move on to the next speaker. We have Neil Norris. Mr. Norris, just let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, perfect. Yes, thanks, Mayor and Council. My name is Neil Norris. I'm an engineering consultant and passive house specialist at Morrison Hershfield, and I live in Vancouver. I echo very much of the same comments that Christian just stated there. I support this proposal because I believe that creating this scale of low energy building will be a further showcase for Vancouver and our construction industry as being seen as a leader in this kind of net zero energy construction. So understanding that, with the BC Energy Step Code and the Vancouver Zero Emissions Building Plan, we are seen as leaders in North America for this kind of progressive building energy code and pushing towards these net zero energy goals by 2030. So by aiming for passive house certification today, the Nelson Project really tries to meet these targets kind of as soon as possible. So other jurisdictions are kind of looking to us as a showcase of what the future of building construction can be, especially in Canada. So the direction so far from Council has been very important in driving a lot of these industry changes that we're seeing today. But we still have a long way to go in especially in the industry of our understanding of how to deliver this type of construction. So the Nelson Project can really help us show that way forward. And the wider building industry needs projects like this to act as catalysts and provide those invaluable lessons and experience towards realistically scaling up and delivering, passive house net zero construction projects of this size. So, understanding what the challenges are and being able to share that information is key to influence other projects that also want to pursue this level of performance and ultimately try to reduce the costs of creating these types of buildings in the future. So we're at a critical time right now in terms of maintaining the momentum in this market shift towards net zero construction. And I think, even that the original video there highlighted the Vancouver Economic Commission's report on the potential economic opportunities and advantages of developing those local supply chains here. Because, there's lots of other jurisdictions that are waiting in the wings to be able to jump on these types of projects. So we really need to provide these project opportunities to get, to promote further development and innovation by our local construction industry. Otherwise, there's the fear that we'll get left behind. And I believe that approving this project will also go a long way to reinforce within, Vancouver and in the Lower Mainland that this move towards net zero construction is really, it's here to stay, and it's supported by our political leaders. So, we can't ignore all the impacts that our buildings have on our climate, and, the trajectory of our building codes and sustainability measures will, increasingly hold our industry to higher standards. That's why we need projects like Nelson to kind of lead the way. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I don't see any questions from council, so I want to thank you for participating today, and that'll be it for your time. Thanks very much. Just a broader reminder, if there are any other speakers for this item who would like to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 8135638 hashtag. That's 1-833-353-8610, participant code 8135638 hashtag. And then I'll get you on the list before we close it. And that's also, information's also available on the live stream feed and on Twitter. So we're moving on to the next speaker, who is Stephanie Butler.
Great. Hi, my name is Stephanie Butler. Can you hear me?
I can, absolutely. And just before you begin your 5 minutes, if you can let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver. Thanks very much.
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Stephanie. I am 30 years old. I am a resident of Vancouver. I actually live 3 doors down from where this project is proposed. I live across from Nelson Park. I work downtown. I walk to work. I use Nelson Park. I shop at the farmers market, and I lead a Girl Guide unit that meets in the neighborhood. I can also say that being able to live here, I don't own a car, which is kind of amazing for my personal affordability and for my quality of life. I am strongly in support of this project. I count myself extremely lucky to live in a friendly, diverse, beautiful neighborhood with big trees, welcoming public spaces, and such a great mix of small businesses. I really could gush about how much I love this neighborhood for an embarrassingly long amount of time. But even in this amazing neighborhood, I can't ignore the fact that we're in a housing crisis, a climate crisis, and an equity crisis. I think it's interesting. On the equity note, I'm the first woman on the caller list. We've heard from 10 or 11 gentlemen, which has also been great. Speaking to those crises, though, building energy-efficient homes with affordable units and walkable neighborhoods, that sounds like a solution to me, and it sounds pretty darn livable. I'm really excited that this is going to be a passive house home. I've been following the passive house movement for the last 5 years. But most of what I've seen has been single-family homes, which will never be affordable or practical for somebody like me. So I really love that this is, a huge building. We'll have lots of homes, lots of neighbors, and a really great mix of tenures that includes social housing, secured market rental, and strata. I'm so excited that this building makes space for a lot of new neighbors. I'm, really excited about that some of the social housing units are going to be 3 bedrooms. For me, that sounds like a lot of new Girl Guides. I also love the letters from the former tenants. My only real concern, and this was flagged by some of my neighbors, is that 299 parking spaces is a lot of parking. This building is probably going to stand for at least 75 years. Are we going to need all that parking in 2040, in 2095? Probably not. But that said, I do love that there's over 1,000 bicycle parking stalls. And I guess my final comment is, if not here in this neighborhood, then where? Density and shadows, they aren't scary to me. They aren't frightening. I don't know why they've become dirty words, especially in council. What is scary to me, though, is a city where people can't access homes that are close to where they work, a city that pushes people further out and into crowded living arrangements or into long commutes. And I also just want to say this building looks super cool, and I would love to see it next door. If there's any questions, I'm happy to take them. Otherwise, thank you so much for making time for me.
Thanks very much. I don't see any questions from councillors for you, but thanks for participating today and being such a great contributor to our city. So thanks very much. Okay, we're on our next caller participant, who would be number 15, Shelley Fairbrass.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. This is the City Moderator speaking. Shelley Fairbrass has withdrawn from the speakers list.
Okay, thanks very much. We're going to move on to number 16, Sarah Sagai.
So for Sarah Sagai, this is the City Moderator speaking. She does appear to have work obligations. She did want to try and call in, but she is not on the line currently.
Okay, thanks. And we'll do our call at the end. And if people who are on the list or missed their chance, we'll give them a bit more time to see if they can participate. Thanks very much. So how about Tom Long, who is the last registered speaker?
Tom Long, Tom Long. Now, yeah. Thanks
very much. Hi, thanks. Let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver, and then you have up to 5 minutes to speak to this item.
I am indeed. I live in Yaletown, been for many years. I just wanted to say, I definitely support this proposal. I think, the city can use more mixed housing, more beautiful architecture. I think this project's definitely going to bring some vibrancy to the neighborhood. It's already a great neighborhood, as the previous lady had spoken. I just wanted to say that I'm very much in support of this. I think it's great architecture. I think we can definitely use more housing like this in the area. And that's it.
Okay, thank you so much for your time today. And you have no questions from councillors. And let's see, council. So we're now at the end of our speakers list. So I'm going to call now 3 times for anybody else that would like to speak. If there are any other speakers who would like to speak to this item, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 8135638#, and that will get you on the list before we close it. The number is also available on the live stream and is being tweeted out. So maybe I'll turn to the moderator and ask if there's any other callers on the line.
Mayor Stewart, this is the clerk. We did have a late registered speaker, Nathan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. So if we can, if that speaker can identify themselves and let us know if they're a resident of Vancouver, and they have up to 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. This is the City Moderator speaking. Yes, that late registrant is should be calling in shortly. He has not called in to the line yet. His name is Nathan Davidovic. There does appear to be other callers on the line. They are additional callers that have not registered with us. Would you like to go through that list first while we wait for
please. That would be great.
Nathan? Okay,
that would be great. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so caller with phone number ending in 3967, you are now unmuted. If you would like to have your comments heard, please speak now. So again, speaker with phone number ending 3967, you are now unmuted. You may address Mayor and Councillors now.
Hello?
You wouldn't normally, but because of COVID, you may.
Hello?
You just go up.
Hello?
Sorry, Mayor and Councillors. I did unmute their line. We do hear the background noise, but maybe they are just calling in to listen to the proceedings. I can move on to the next. Additional caller.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Caller with number ending in 9059, you are now unmuted. If you would like to have your comments heard by Mayor and Councillor. You may please start with stating your full name and if you're a resident of Vancouver.
Hello, this is Randall Helton, resident of Vancouver. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thanks very much for calling in.
Thank you very much. I would like to speak opposed to this rezoning, and I'd like to bring your attention to a few points. There is the dangling carrot of the passive house is being used and featured as a justification for this project. Passive houses, it sounds like a good technology in the context of the climate emergency, but as Councillor Carr asked and got the response to, the embodied carbon of the demolition and the construction of a large concrete structure is not counted in the total carbon emissions, and I think that is a huge factor, and it's not being adequately described or discussed in this rezoning. It is it's a huge and dense building, and combined with the effects of the butterfly tower next door, it will condemn Nelson Park mornings to shadows for as long as the building stands for the next several generations. The impacts will only be really felt once the construction is complete, and then people will realize what's going on. The issue of sunshine for the recess hours, recess minutes that the children are out of the school is really ignoring a much greater impact on the park. I also like to point out that the BC Ombudsperson has found that the legislation that's being used for virtual public hearings could be illegal under the COVID-19 pandemic emergency, and I think it's quite unfair and inappropriate to use virtual public hearings during this COVID emergency, especially for such major rezonings as this one, a 60-story tower at 25 FSR, which could be unprecedented in North America. It really seems it's very difficult for the public to participate properly. I also think I'd like to point out that the higher buildings strategy policy, which was adopted in 2011, was done through fake consultation, in my opinion. I've been involved since 2009 in all of this, and the consultation process that resulted in the taller building strategy, I think, was highly manipulated by the city and did not really incorporate public input. Also, the West End Community Plan adopted in 2013, I consider many parts of it to be fake consultation. The taller buildings along the Burrard and Thurlow corridor only appeared in the last few weeks of the consultation process. Meanwhile, the public was distracted from what was going on in discussions with the Urban Development Institute and with specific developers. The public was distracted by photo contests, art projects to color the roadways and rainbow crosswalk, while these multi-million-dollar projects were being discussed with developers. So these are some of the reasons I oppose this rezoning. Thank you.
Thanks for calling in. You do have a question from Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, please go ahead.
Yes, thanks so much, Mr. Helton, for calling in. And I have some specific questions really around the process that you just started to describe, which is the sort of foundational element of the West End plan under which we're receiving this application. And that is, my memory is that the taller towers, as you suggested, came in at the near end of process. So if you could just describe that a little more fully. But also, there is a quid pro quo in the plan where the taller buildings and the greater density was on the perimeter, and it was also intended to be balanced by significant public benefits. So if you could just explain to me the public reaction around that, or what your perception was of that process and that balancing of those two things in the development of the plan, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. Just briefly, I was also a member of the West End Champions, which was a group of about 60 people who were selected and volunteered to provide input to the West End Community Plan consultation. But the meetings that were held had virtually no content. We were provided pizza and soft drinks, but there was almost no discussion of the details of the significant rezoning that was going to be, the pre-zoning that was being discussed. There was some discussion about preserving the core in terms of the older and lower buildings, but there was very little detail provided to the public regarding the taller buildings in the perimeter zones along the main corridors, Davie, Robson, and Burrard Thurlow. And it was only in the final weeks when there was a model which was presented to our group for about 60 seconds, and it was not functioning properly, so you could not even have an interactive discussion at that time to see what was really being proposed along the corridor.
And what was the discussion on the trade-off in terms of the significant public benefits? I mean, there's been a number of...
Councillor Carr, actually well over the 5 minutes, so I'm going to have to move on to Councillor Hardwick.
Oh, I only have 2 minutes 37.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I'm looking at the wrong timer. Whoops, sorry about that.
Okay.
Too many timers. Go ahead.
That's fine. And in terms of the significant public benefits, what was the discussion in your group around the kinds of public benefits that were expected, I guess, or even talked about in terms of the plan?
Well, in the presentations, in the West End Champions, there was zero discussion about that. Any discussion about public benefits would have been on poster boards. And basically, there was very little detail provided to the public regarding this.
Okay. Appreciate your answers and the fact that you phoned in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr, and again, sorry for interrupting there. My mistake. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Hello, Mr. Helton. I'd just like to confirm each of the points that you're making here. One is the weakness of the public process and inconsistency with the West End plan, correct?
Yes.
Two is that you're concerned that the passive house aspect of this development is being used to, I don't know quite how to put it, but distract from other inadequacies within the project. Is that accurate?
That's right, yeah.
And that you feel that the height and massing of the proposed development is inconsistent with the understanding of the community.
Yeah.
Or the desires of the community. In addition to that, the areas of concern were around shadowing and the impact on the surrounding area.
Yes, yes.
Just want to make sure that I'm getting all of these points. And so your overall recommendation is that notwithstanding the social housing aspect, the rental housing aspect, and the passive house, that your recommendation is still that we do not approve this development.
Yes.
Do you have any other concerns that we should be aware of? One of the things that I've heard throughout this, of course, have been statements that really reflect where we were maybe in 2016, 2017 versus where we are today, and where we may expect to be post-COVID in terms of supply shortages and rental availability. Are there any other concerns that I may have missed in my evaluation of this project?
Well, there's other details regarding the design. For example, the setback from the road sidewalk is less than was anticipated in the West End Community Plan, as I understand.
Okay, so the setbacks. Okay,
yeah,
so
yeah.
Physical spacing. All right, well, thank you. That I don't need all my time, Mr. Mayor. That's sufficient for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for calling in, caller. We have, maybe go to the moderator for the next speaker. I think we have, maybe I can go to the moderator to cue the next caller.
Sure. Nathan Davidowicz, you are now unmuted.
Great. Thanks so much for calling in. Hello. Thanks so much for calling in. Just let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, everybody's resident. You should only ask who is not resident. So I am a resident. This will save time. Anyhow, I'm against this project for many reasons. It's a matter of the council or previous council have not set up a limit to the number of people that should live in the West End and downtown. Should it be 200,000, 300, 400? Once they set up the limit, then you could decide how many apartments should go up as high as 50 or 60 or 70 or even 80 stories. I think they are building one 82 stories in Burnaby, which is going to be the highest one in Western Canada. So it's a matter of planning, and Mr. Kelly is the best planner, or one of the best planners around, and he knows that you have to set up your population projections and actually set up a limit to how many people could live in a small area like the downtown and the West End, and how are those people going to commute around the downtown and the West End. You know, the bus service on Nelson was proposed in the 60s. It was never implemented. In 1971, the GVRD report on transit proposed a bus service on Nelson. They had all the details. It's 3 buses to operate and so forth, and then nothing was done about that. And they did put the bus on Beach Avenue, and which is very successful. It runs by minibuses, and the same thing should be done on Nelson. But who is going to push for it? And the city staff are not progressive like Mr. Kelly. He's the only progressive city staff basically on the city, top managers, and they don't care about providing better transit for the city.
Mr. Davidovich, if you could just limit your comments to the building and not, talk about the reputations of the staff, that would be great. Thank you.
Well, I'm just saying that Mr. Kelly seems to be the only progressive senior city staff right now that Vancouver has. But and he'll tell you what the population should be. But so for those reasons, I'm against proceeding on a spot rezoning of only one project instead of having a proper plan for the whole West End. Exactly how many people are going to be living there? What's the capacity? And and then the city council can fill that capacity with people. But going and just spot rezoning things one by one is not the proper way of doing things, and I presume that's one reason why the new council, which is better, is asking for a Vancouver plan. Every other city in BC has a plan, except the city of Vancouver. So until we get that, who knows when, it's not possible to keep spot rezoning things. So anyhow, thank you for your help. For your listening.
Thanks very much. And there's no questions for you, sir, so thank you. And I'll go back to the moderator to see if there's anybody else on the line. And while we're waiting for that, I'll just read out that if you do wish to speak, 1-833-353-8610, participant code 8135638 hashtag, and I'll make this my second call for speakers. And I'll go over to the moderator.
Hello, Mayor and Councillors. This is the City Moderator speaking. There does appear to be an additional caller, and I will check with them right now to see if they wish to address Mayor and Council. So, caller with number ending in 6225, you are now unmuted. If you would like to address Mayor and Councillors with your comments, again, you are now unmuted, and you may state your name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver.
Mayor Council, my name is Peter Waldkirch, and I'm here to speak in support of this building. Now, this has already been an extremely lengthy process, so I will try to keep this short. You know that this building has many, many benefits. It will provide desperately needed housing, particularly the social housing aspect. I support all of it. It has environmental benefits, but what I really want to talk to you about is how great this location is. And this is something I feel quite passionately about because I used to live very close by. For the last 2 years, I've been living in Fairview, but I lived really close by this project for about 5 or 6 years. I was at 1075 Comox, so just about half a block away. And it is an amazing location. I've been lucky enough to live in a few different provinces in Canada, and I really think it's just one of the best spaces in the country. Great people, great neighbors. What I kind of like about it, too, is it's sort of at the edge of the West End and the business district part of downtown, which means it's so easy to get anywhere without a car. I was able to walk to work while I was living there. I was able to walk to English Bay. I was able to walk and just get around with transit to all sorts of places across the entire downtown peninsula, but also across the entire area. And a location like this provides an amazing, sustainable lifestyle. And we should be trying to let more people enjoy locations like this. We should not be hoarding locations like this to the lucky few who happen to already live there. And I tell you that letting people live in locations like this, that is the public benefit. Allowing more people, more residents of Vancouver to benefit from amazing locations like this, to access the opportunities that are available in locations like this, that is a public benefit. And so when you're weighing all this in the balance, the lives I'll benefit from living in an opportunity-rich location like this, I see that concerns about urban shadows, things like that, in the heart of Metro Vancouver should not be given any weight. So I support this project. By the way, I just want to conclude by saying thank you for allowing this hearing to happen by a virtual hearing. If this was a regular hearing where I'd had to go to City Council, I never would have been able to participate today. So I think laws like this allow for increased participation. So thank you very much, and those are my comments.
Thank you very much, and I don't see any questions from Council to you, so thank you for calling in today and participating. I'm going to go, this will be my third and final call for people to participate in this hearing. The number is 1-833-353-8610, participant code 8135638 hashtag, and I'll go over to the moderator. Is there anybody else on the line, moderator?
Mayor and Councillors, this is the City Moderator speaking. I will just check that one other number earlier when we unmuted them and we heard the background noise. That is the only additional speaker left or caller on the line. So again, caller with phone number ending in 3967, you are now unmuted. If you would like to address Mayor and councillors with your comments, please state your full name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver. Again, caller with number ending in 3967, you are now unmuted.
Thanks so much. I don't hear that caller.
Yes, you're, yes, Mayor. Hello?
Oh, I'm here. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, they have not responded to my instructions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Is there anybody else on the line?
There are no other callers on the line.
Thank you so much. Okay, Council, seeing there are no speakers, the speakers list is now closed. As few or no public comments were received on this item after 8:30 a.m. today, I suggest we now close the receipt of public comments and move on to hearing closing comments and asking further questions to staff and making a decision. Council, we are at 11:45. Unlike a regular council meeting. We didn't really have subscribe breaks. So what I will do is first ask the applicant if the applicant has any closing comments. And this will be your last chance to speak to this project to the applicant.
No, I just want to thank the mayor and council for their consideration of our application and thank the public for the comments they've made today. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Does the staff have any closing comments?
No, Mayor Stewart, we don't, and look forward to answering any questions.
Okay, Council, this is your chance now to ask any further questions of staff, and if you'd like to ask questions, please put yourself on the list. Councillor DeGenova, up to 5 minutes.
Hey, Mayor, I'm having some trouble plugging in my headset. Can you hear me?
Yes,
I'm
we
going to
can.
try and use that. Okay, great, thanks. My first question to staff is in sort of looking through the report, mulling over some of the questions that were asked earlier of staff and the applicant, and to just put it in context, also some of the speakers' comments. I'm wondering if staff can comment on sort of the higher density, the policy we have specifically around higher density buildings and the discretion of the Director of Planning, how that decision is made as to whether or not a building can increase in height and density to impede a portion of a view cone. Do we weigh or does the Director of Planning, should I say, in deciding if this application should come forward and be here today, consider affordable housing as one of the considerations with that in general? And then also specific to this project, as we heard, that it does impede one view corridor. Thanks. View cone, sorry.
Yeah. Hi there, Councillor DeGenova. It's Nick Danford, rezoning planner here. So I suppose when you look at the West End plan, both the Burrard and Georgia corridors were envisioned to absorb much of the density and residential density of the West End plan. And so these were always envisioned to be of higher density, given their location to the downtown as well as close to mass transit and whatnot. And so the high density was always expected within these corridors. As I mentioned earlier, the form of development is really what controls for the density, and so the maximum height of 550 feet, as well as the floor plate size, will control for that. And the site that this project is on is the smallest possible within the plan. And so the density that is being proposed was expected within the plan. With regards to the view corridors, the higher building policy is an enabling policy which allows for buildings to protrude into the Queen Elizabeth view corridor. And so in order to do that, the building needs to provide excellence, a benchmark of architectural creativity, contribute to public spaces in the downtown, as well as demonstrate sustainability within the building. And so given those that policy, we feel that this building does meet that.
Okay, thank you very much. But the housing and affordability is a factor. That was my question about this specific project. I had a question about the policy, because I consider that here. But yeah, was that a factor in the decision of this project? Just to clarify.
Right. So with regards to the housing policy, there is policy in the plan that requires that 25% of the total floor area is to be devoted to social housing, and that is being delivered as part of this. That 25% of the floor area minus the rental component is being delivered as social housing.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I do have another question about the need for family housing. We've heard from the applicant before that there were certain measures that need to be taken to meet policy. And in this neighborhood, 2- and 3-bedroom units, either at LEM, on the social housing side of it, or at market rents? I mean, what is the vacancy right now in this specific neighborhood for that type of unit, for a family-sized unit?
Hi, this is Michelle Renoy from Affordable Housing Project. I don't have the specific vacancy unit rate, but I can tell you that we have almost no 3 bedrooms in the downtown core rental available at all, and they're all rented up. And the 2 bedroom is also, there's a great shortage, so there's a huge demand for family housing in this area, as throughout the city.
Thanks. I wasn't looking for a specific number, just an idea as to what the vacancy was like, so that's very helpful in understanding. And then another question is regarding some of the answers and questions. We didn't hear much from speakers on this, but with the 2 doors, the different doors, it's my understanding that some nonprofits, depending on how this, I would assume, my first question is, this would be going out to RFP for a regular tender process with nonprofit organizations to find an operator. Is that correct?
Yes, it would.
Okay, so are there some operators that actually prefer to have a separate door? I'm thinking about operators that protect women who may be in abusive situations, or I'm trying to give examples of what I've heard to staff that as well, because you're in those meetings with the applicants for that RFP process. And if we're considering, sadly, we have to consider this before we consider that RFP process. But do you find a number of nonprofits, or some nonprofits, do actually prefer to have separate doors, and it's not about marginalization, it's in fact about protecting people?
There would be operators. You have a good example of operators that would want those separate doors. Just to clarify the study that we are doing, we will be consulting with nonprofit operators and residents of buildings that there are shared or not shared spaces to get perceptions of what works and what doesn't work from them, to know what kinds of implications there would be if we make changes to our current directions.
Okay, thanks very much. And just last quick question would be, just you have heard from nonprofit operators or charitable organizations that they prefer separate doors. Is that correct? Some of them.
There could be circumstances where they would want them separate. There might be circumstances that they don't. Unfortunately, I haven't had that feedback from them yet fully.
Okay, thank you. I will put myself back on the queue. My questions are sufficiently answered, and happy to move to when it comes time.
Sorry, Council, I've gone over on that timing. We do have just 8 minutes left, Council. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 councillors on the list, so we will have to either break for lunch and come back at 1 o'clock, or by 2/3 vote agree to extend past noon. So if I don't hear a motion
to extend, Mr. Mayor? Sorry?
Okay.
I was just going to try and move a motion to extend for you before you chimed in, but didn't want to interrupt you. So
and how far?
To complete the debate and decision on this item.
Okay, thank you. So we need a seconder for that. Call again. Do we need a seconder for that motion to extend? Council, I don't hear, sorry, Councillor Dejanova, I don't hear a seconder on that. So what I'm going to do is go to Councillor Swanson.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Sure. Councillor Carr?
Yeah, I'd like to move a motion to extend past 12 to finish the councillors' speaking list.
Okay. I would need a seconder for that.
This is the questions. I'm sorry, for questions.
Second.
Okay. So, right, it's not a parliamentary procedure, but I was looking for a motion, so we have now a motion on the floor that's been seconded to get to the end of this speakers list and council speakers list, and this is the only round, so Councillor Dejanova, you would not be added unless we had a further motion to have the second round.
That's fine, Mr. Mayor. I just put myself on the queue to move a motion.
Okay.
Extend.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks then. Okay, so I'm going to call yeas and nays then on this seconded motion to extend to the end of the council, but to stop for lunch before our debate and decision. So So I'll call yeas. All in favor of the extension, say yay.
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 And opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Nay. Okay. So I'm going to have a recorded vote, Council, on this one because we need 2/3. So clerks, if you call up the voting queue on this, and this is to extend, and I believe Councillor Boyle is not here on this item this morning, so clerks, if you can mark Councillor Boyle absent, and Councillor Bly.
I am in favor. May I have a vote assist accordingly? Thank you.
Sure thing, we will. We'll add you as in favor. So Council, let's see, 1, 2, 3. So I have 3 in opposition. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Clerks, can you help me with that? I think that passes. It passes. So we are going to extend because we needed a 2/3 vote. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Okay. So that passes. Thanks very much. So we're on to Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson, up to 5 minutes. Whenever you want to go ahead.
2 questions.
Okay.
To staff, is there information about the embodied emissions of, say, a 60-story tower versus, say, 10 6-story buildings? Are the embodied emissions of a really tall tower greater than smaller buildings because of all the concrete and stuff that gets used?
Shylin, wondering if you could jump in on this one.
Hi, Councillor, if I could trouble you to restate that. I heard, was that a comparison between 6 10-story buildings versus 1 60-story building?
Well, I'm just in general wondering if the embodied emissions of a really tall building are higher than the embodied emissions of shorter buildings.
Councillor, I'll be frank, I'm not an expert on embodied carbon or the calculations thereof. I'm with the planning department and speaking on behalf of the development review group and sustainability. However, one of the significant factors between those 2 choices, or at least the choice between 6 10-story buildings and 1 60-story building, is that in current practice, a 10-story building is likely to be built of concrete, and the 60-story building is certainly to be built of concrete. Concrete being one of the most significant contributors to the embodied calculation total for a project, I would think the 2 are not substantially different between those 2 examples.
Okay, thanks. My second question is for the mayor. I was wondering if you could give me direction as to how I would make a motion or an amendment or do something that would try and direct the staff to increase the affordability of the social housing units.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Swanson. I can give you general direction would be that you would add an amendment, but in terms of the text, I'd have to leave that to you to work through. So I can advise you on process, but not on content. So I'd have to leave that to you to amend.
Okie doke. That's it.
Anything else? Okay, thank you. Councillor Carr, up to 5 minutes.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just have one question, and it's getting the answer to a question I asked earlier, but there was no time for the answer. To repeat that question, I'm concerned or I'm interested in what the impact of shadowing from this building on the Nelson Park, but more specifically the school and the playground of the school. In the winter months intervening the fall equinox and up to the spring equinox. The shadowing studies were done at spring equinox, but I'm interested what winter solstice might be, or in that intervening period where the kids are in school.
Councillor Charlene Black here. Thank you for the question. I'm going to take a quick look through the application material and get back to you on that one. We typically do not look at winter shadows, especially in a context like the West End, where the results typically show that most spaces are in shadow for much of the time. The equinoxes are picked because they are an in-between period, which illustrates some shadow and some areas of sunlight. But again, I'll take a quick look and see if what the wintertime shadows indicate and come back to you with an answer, if that's all right.
Excellent. That is, and I'm also interested. Obviously, if there's currently shadowing and there's no incrementally more shadowing, that's a significant component to the answer I wish to receive. Thank you.
Sorry, is that?
That was it.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. Councillor Dominato, then, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. Just a few follow-up questions. One, in a slightly different vein than Councillor Carr's around the schools. Will we be looking at it? I don't know the question would be is, if this is approved, the actual timing, length of time for the building development, and how does that dovetail with the BC Hydro substation going in at Nelson Park and the redevelopment of the annex and possible relocation of the playground? So there's sort of two questions, and how that ties into sort of traffic management, and are we considering all of those things as part of the planning process? Because you'll have some substantive work being undertaken in that area, and I'm just not sure about the timing and coordination of all of those things.
Right. Councillor Dominato, this is Nick Danford, rezoning planner here. And so just in conversation with the applicant, they were hoping to break ground sometime in the next year and a half or so with construction. With regards to the what's taking place at Nelson Park, I did touch base with the parks folks. I didn't get an exact time frame on it, though I do know that they're going to the Parks Board later on this year with the analysis of their consultation that they did. Now, with regards to control of traffic and whatnot, engineering would control this street use and the construction, and so they provide street use permits and would be able to orchestrate that.
Okay, I appreciate that. And has there been any also just engagement around VSB, because that school will be closed at some point for a period of time, and then there's a new school to be slated for Cole Harbour, but there's all these transition periods associated with that, and so I'm just curious if you've also engaged and consulted with VSB.
Right. So we haven't spoken specifically to VSB on this particular project, though I do understand that the capacity rate for the 5 schools in the downtown is at 89%, and that's expected to increase with the addition of the Cole Harbour School.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think one of the things that would be helpful, and it's more of a long-term piece, I know that we undertake planning with VSB, but I think that there needs to be some way to reflect that and that dialogue, not just the numbers and the capacity rates in the briefing packages, but like tangibly the conversations we're having with the VSB as the planning happens around these. My last question is around the social housing component. We've heard a number of people speak in support of that, and that it would be a nonprofit operator. Could someone from staff walk me through the accountability measures that we put in place, both in the selection process around nonprofit operators, but then the ongoing accountability framework that's put in place with operators in terms of managing the social housing, including the wraparound pieces and supports?
Hi, this is Michelle Vernoy from Affordable Housing Projects. So when we select an operator, we do have a short list of nonprofit operators that we have already pre-assessed that they are generally a solid operator. The RFPs go out to those operators. We take in all of the applications and have a staff team review them, including finance staff and facility staff. And then that gets brought back to council with the operator appointment, and the lease terms, the draft lease terms are brought to council at that time for approval. After that, when we do actually appoint an operator, there is a lease agreement with the operator and an operating agreement that define the terms of the lease, which would be your actual physical building. The operating agreement talks more about the affordability levels and any expectations we have around that kind of thing, and the types of tenants that they may have, if there's some kind of specific requirement, and that would be monitored by the city, those agreements.
Thanks, and we're just at 5 seconds left,
thank
so
you.
I'll move on to Councillor Wiebe. Thank you, Councillor Wiebe, up to 5 minutes.
Perfect, thank you. Most of my questions have been asked. One of the ones is, was this project ever looked at as an opportunity for affordable home ownership, and then recognizing that the funds garnered from that program could fund affordable housing off-site?
Sorry, Councillor Wiebe, could you repeat the question? I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, was this project ever looked at as an opportunity to move our affordable home ownership program and then utilizing the funds from that program to fund more social housing offsite?
Yeah, I'll throw that one over to Dan Garrison. Dan, if you mind chiming in.
Yeah, Dan Garrison chiming in. It's we haven't looked at this project as an affordable home ownership project, largely because we're essentially following the guidance that's given for this site in the West End plan, which is to focus on a 25% social housing requirement. So that's been the emphasis all along, just based on the implementation of the plan.
Okay, and so when they say 25% social housing, that would be with 30% of that being at the rate that we're hoping to get. So it's much less than the 25. Is that correct? So that's 25% of our current definition of social housing.
Well, that's our bylaw minimum. So through the upcoming process that would happen to procure a nonprofit operator, we would be seeking a deeper level of affordability than that, but that's done through the subsequent process. Really here, the applicant's obligation through this rezoning is to build and transfer the asset to the city. It's then our obligation as the city to work out the affordability level, and all that gets approved by council, both at the RFP and the lease approval stage.
Okay, and you said that the hard cost is about $700 a square foot, which would make the average unit about 1,000 square feet. Is that correct?
I think the average unit, the per square foot cost is a little over $7. I think the average square footage on the units is 850 or 900 square feet, and that is that way because of the family unit mix, where we deliver the mix of 2 and 3 beds and being 50% of the units, and the smaller units and the ones and studios being about 50% of the units.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor DeGenova, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks so much, Mr. Mayor. I already had a turn, so I was just wondering, should I hold my questions until later?
Oh, sorry. I don't know what happened with...
Sorry.
Okay, thanks.
Try and be respectful. So let me know. I can go on at the end of the queue, or when we come back.
This will be your third round of questions?
Second round.
Okay.
This time round. We have a round of questions after we close the speakers list. This would be my second.
Okay, thanks. So I'll move on to Councillor Kirby-Young. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. Hopefully this will be a quick one. And I just want to clarify, I couldn't see it in the package, but if it's there, I apologize. Balconies, in terms of plans for those and presence for all units, I wonder if you can speak to that. It's something I've been asking a lot about, given COVID and access to outdoor space and fresh air.
Councillor, thank you for the question. In flipping through the floor plans provided, there does appear to be a open conventional balcony provided for each of the units on the typical floors.
Okay. And Council had recently, at the previous public hearing, asked staff to investigate the possibility of allowing enclosed balconies or retractable, I should say, balconies or glass. Do you see that this type of project being a candidate for that, or not? Are you able to speak to that?
Thank you for the question. I don't think I could speak directly to it, but I can observe based on the floor plans that there are no enclosed balconies that are proposed here. I would speculate, but the proponent might need to speak to this, that they may not perceive as much demand for an enclosed balcony here, if only because they are not directly located on an arterial street and wouldn't require the noise buffer function that the semi-enclosed or enclosed balconies provide. But that's only speaking to the most common reason that we hear for applicants to provide enclosed balconies. So they should probably speak whether or not they've considered that through this work.
Okay, and I appreciate that. And quick follow-up, do you have a sense of the average size of these units? I was trying to wade through it and identify that as well.
I can jump in there as Nick Danford, rezoning planner. So as Dan had mentioned, they were generally about 800 to 900 square feet because of the family housing.
For a one or two bedroom, for example?
Yes, that's right. There are studio units as well.
Okay, but the 800 to 900 might be an example for a 2-bedroom?
Yes.
Okay, I know, and obviously a one would be
a bit smaller than that.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave it there. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I have a question of the planning staff. So my understanding is that this is a minimum level of affordability that's been attached to this building as it is. But my recollection is last year when the federal government, for example, came in with $184 million, some of this money was attached to projects that were slated with social housing that dramatically deepened the affordability of these units. And I think there was a specific project on Main and 6th. Just wondering if council can, staff could walk us through how that kind of transpired or came to be. And that might help our thinking in terms of how this might also happen here, or what your plan is for this building.
Sure, it's Dan Garrison. I can chime in on that. That is a good example of what we are looking at here. I think you're referring to the project it's a VAHA project with Catalyst Community Development at 2221 Main Street.
That's right.
And it's a good example where at public hearing, at the level of detail of what you know about the financials of the project at public hearing, they were projecting only being able to meet the base level of affordability at 70% at low end of market, 30% below the housing income limit. I don't actually have the details on where it finally landed, but certainly they were able to secure very low financing rates through the rental construction financing initiative that's offered by CMHC, and the ultimate levels of affordability that they're able to achieve by the time they reach construction start and ultimately occupancy is going to be much deeper than that, a larger proportion of the units being affordable and at deeper levels of affordability just because of those good financing rates. So often at this point in a project, the early stages, you're projecting out financing rates that will have to be higher than the ultimate because you're sort of being prudent. But often we see projects as they proceed through to construction achieve better financing rates and therefore deeper affordability. And so that is true in terms of a project like this, where we are saying right now that 70-30 is the minimum. There are multiple steps now in the process to go through procuring a nonprofit operator, financing, and other things that will determine the ultimate affordability. And council will obviously have the opportunity to weigh in on that in a couple of occasions between now and occupancy.
Right, and my memory of Catalyst is it was an astounding savings because of the refinancing availability from the federal government. And is that something that you've made the applicant team aware of?
Well, yes, but in this case, really the issue around affordability is partly that the applicant team's obligation through this project is really to deliver the asset turnkey to the city, and that's what we're really weighing here in terms of the public hearing. In terms of affordability, It will then be the city's job with our partners in the nonprofit sector and through these hopefully good financing programs that are available to deepen that level of affordability and generate the affordable housing we need here.
Okay, and that's something you're actively pursuing now?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Maybe this is Gil Kelly. If I could just add one very
sure.
small point for clarification. Yeah, this is a case where the developer's responsibility on the affordable housing side is to build the units according to the floor area that's specified, 25%, and hand that over to the city at no cost. It then becomes the city's obligation to manage the affordability levels, not the applicant. So just so council's clear on that, it's conditioning the application here, the rezoning, on specific levels of affordability is really not the applicant's responsibility. It's really becomes the city's when that asset is transferred to us at no cost.
And how do we follow that along? Like, will council, will decisions on how these units are dispersed and funded, is that
Yes, the council will approve the request for proposals that go to nonprofit operators, and that will have criteria in it. And then secondly, the council will need to approve the long-term lease to a nonprofit operator that will specify the agreement on all those terms.
So if we, for example, found adequate funding or there was a provincial or federal program that assisted us, we could see this large number of units being quite affordable. For example, even some of them at shelter rate if we were able to find the funding.
That's right. That the funder and the operator, we would help with that matchmaking to make sure that we get the most affordability out of it.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for your time today. Councillor DeGenova, I have you on the list for a second round. We need approval from council to go for a second round. Is that something you'd like to do?
Yes, but a point of parliamentary procedure, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
My understanding, and I was hoping you could clarify this, is that with public hearing it's a little bit different, and the council has to have their questions sufficiently answered to be able to make a decision. And I believe that it's a little bit different. And I just have one short question, but just wanted to ask you that was if that was different than our normal meeting.
I don't believe it is. I'll have to check with the clerk in terms of the vote, and I'll come right back to you on the second round. 1 second.
Thanks.
Right, Council, I have checked with the clerk, and the procedural bylaws still apply here, so we would have to have a vote for a second round. It would be a majority vote. So would you like to move that motion, Councillor DeGenova, for a... Okay.
Sure. I have one short question, but I'd do it for anyone else.
Okay, thanks. Seconder on that one?
Second, Councillor Carr.
Okay, I'll go for yays and nays then. All in favor say yay.
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 And opposed say nay. Okay, thanks. Councillor DeGenova, floor is yours for up to 5 minutes, and of course, anybody else that wants another round.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I did not ask this question before, but hoping staff might be able to share with us if the applicant has been in any discussions with BC Housing or would be looking specifically for a subsidized, for I suppose, either rent supplements for the social housing side, depending on the nonprofit operator. But I'm wondering if there have been any discussions with BC Housing about this specific project. I understand sometimes that happens after the operator. In some cases, it's before. Thanks.
Over to staff.
Thanks for the question, Dan Garris. I'll just jump in quickly. We aren't aware of any conversations between the applicant and the staff with BC Housing. But again, I think that's because of the structure of the requirement on them, which really is to build and transfer the asset to the city. And then it would be sort of the role of the city with our nonprofit partners to work with BC Housing and or CMHC to do that work on deepening the level of affordability. So I don't think there has been any conversations between the applicant and BC Housing on the social housing affordability, but I think that's appropriate due to the structure of this project.
Thanks so much. Really appreciate that. And that's all my questions.
Okay, thank you so much. So, Council, we're at the end of, I'm sorry, I'm just going to just double check here on the list. I don't have anybody else on the list, so the motion was that we would break now for lunch. and then come back and do debate and decision. Council, then we will we'll come back at say 1:20. Reconvene at 1:20. And just a reminder, we're still in the process is still open here, Council. So please do not discuss this project with the applicant or any members of the public, and wait till after we make our decision to do that. So thank you, Council. We'll see you back online here at 1:20. And clerks, we should do a roll call now.
You know, I'm in a council meeting right now. Fortunately, I don't.
Gil Kelly, you need to be muted. Thank you. Just everybody, if you want to check that you're on mute, that would be helpful as we're now reconvened. Go ahead, clerks.
Sure. So Mayor Stewart in the chair, Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr.
I see that she's on the phone. So.
Okay. Councillor DeGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Boyle is on leave of absence. Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly.
Present.
And Councillor Kirby-Young.
Present.
The meeting has quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Madam Clerk, it's Councillor Carr, and I am also here.
Thank you. And I also see Councillor Wiebe is on but muted. Councillor Wiebe, are you? Okay. So, Council, we're moving on to debate and decision. And so, yeah, go ahead, Councillor DeGenova.
Could you put me on the queue, Mr. Mayor? I'm just connect right now into Cisco, connect into WebEx. But I'm happy to be on the queue to just move the recommendation.
Okay. So go ahead, Councillor DeGenova.
That's fine, Mr. Mayor. I'll reserve my comments. I'm not sure if there's anyone else on the queue. I am trying to connect, but I'll reserve my comments until possibly a later time, but I'm happy to support this and appreciate staff's thorough answering of my questions, and as well as the answer from the applicant that the decisions and reasons for the rental and the rental mix or the amount of rental that's being offered was driven by policy. So I'll just say that for now, and if there's another opportunity, I'll say more, but I do support this. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Do we have a seconder for this? Seconder?
Oh, second, Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Okay, so I'm moving us to the main queue now for debate and discussion that we're on. So, Councillor Swanson, I have you on for up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
I have an amendment that I sent in.
Okay. I'll ask clerks to pull it up on the screen for.
So basically, just that we encourage staff to work towards deepening the affordability in the social housing project. I have submitted another amendment with actual targets for 50% core need.
Just 1 second, just 1 second, Councillor Swanson. Look, somebody is not on mute, so if you could please mute so we could hear the councillor, that would be great. Thank you. Sorry about that, Councillor Swanson. Go ahead.
Yeah, I had submitted another motion with actual targets for 50% of the social housing in this building to be for people at core housing need, but I was told that that would be ruled out of order. I still think we need targets. I'm afraid that, if we look at this building as replacing 51 units of housing that were affordable, and only a third of the 102 units are going to be at Hills right now, which is less than the 51 units. So while staff might be able to deepen affordability, and I hope they can, we still don't have any guarantees that that would happen. So I don't know. This is a very weak amendment that I'm putting in order to not have it ruled out of order, but I hope we can get some more affordability there, because most renters have household incomes under $50,000. The average senior household has an income of $28,000. They wouldn't even be able to afford the Hills units in this building. So if we want to actually be true to our equity principles, we need to work harder at getting affordability.
Thank you so much, Councillor Swanson.
Happy to second, Councillor Kirby-Young.
I think, I heard a seconder, I thought. That's why we moved to this queue. Clerks, there was somebody else that seconded, I think. Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr seconded it, and that's why we're on this queue. But my panel has disappeared, Council, so I know that Councillor Swanson was on the list, and I think I remember Councillor Kirby-Young being on the list, so I'm sorry if I've got the order mixed up, but I'm going to go to Councillor Kirby-Young until I get my panel up and running, and I will do this manually with the timer. So Councillor Kirby-Young, please go ahead.
Thank you. I had heard, it's fine. I will speak in support of the amendment. I think that staff will do that work anyway, but, and I think we heard that in some of the answers back. However, I do think it's important for Council to signal that affordability is something that we are continuously and laser focused on in terms of moving that, sorry, I'm hearing background noise, in terms of moving that goal forward. And I think that this is an interesting and a unique project given the inclusionary zone nature of the zoning and the fact it's presenting sort of a new opportunity that's coming before this council to look at how we achieve affordability from that perspective. But I will say also that I think that when we receive a project like this at public hearing, the issue is really with city policies inherently to review and look at that, because the applicant is certainly working through them. And I appreciated the fact that the Director of Planning clarified that the applicant's responsibility is delivery of the units, and the affordability aspect is the city's responsibility. All that by way of context to say I support it as sending a signal, but I fully hope and expect that we'll be reviewing policies to achieve the deepest affordability we can throughout our term.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. And I was incorrect. The motion had not been seconded. That was I have my panel back now, so I've got it all sorted out. So would you still be okay to second this?
I would, and that saves me my point of information. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Great, thank you. Councillor Swanson, you have up to 5 minutes to talk to your amendment.
Yeah, I just wanted to add this. This isn't about getting good financing from CMHC because these are turnkey units. There's no mortgage. And my co-op that I live in is a perfect example of how this can be done. Our mortgages, it's an old co-op, so our mortgage is paid off. The rent covers management, and we have this category called replacement reserve. And we put hundreds of thousands of dollars a year into that replacement reserve fund, which is what these social housing units could do. And we get new fences, new roofs, new hot water tanks, new fridge, new paint jobs, new water system. And we put hundreds of thousands of dollars a year into this replacement reserve. And the rents in our co-op for one bedroom are about $660 a month. So you can pay for your operating fees and you can pay for replacement reserve and still have the ability to charge pretty low rents. What's causing the rents to be high in this turnkey housing is the lease, I'm thinking. So if we could deal with that at the city level, we could have a lot more affordability in these turnkey units. That's it.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't see anybody else on the list, so I will call a vote on this amendment.
Mr. Mayor, I was on the list, and I have my panel up. I'm still trying to get into WebEx.
Okay, Councillor Giovanna, please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks. I'd like to ask a point of information through you to staff, if that's okay, Mr. Mayor, on this amendment.
Sure, please go ahead.
Thanks very much. My question is to Councillor Swanson's description of a reserve that can be held for replacement cost. Are nonprofits shifting away from that type of model because they instead are having to pay for operating costs? So it's not about replacement costs, it's operating costs. Some nonprofit organizations offer supportive housing and the full costs aren't covered by BC Housing, CLBC, MCFD. I'm just hoping staff can.
Sorry, so one more time, what? So your question is, who is your question to? Yeah, I'm just wondering who your question is. I'm just wondering who your question is. And one more time, if you could rephrase it. Thank you.
you'd like me to rephrase the question?
Yeah, you're kind of breaking up, and it's quite difficult to hear you.
Sorry,
yeah.
Mr. Mayor, can I send the clerk a note? So I'm trying. The way I'll rephrase the question is the replacement model that was just noted is the reason that staff aren't moving forward with that in our policy and thus with this project, because nonprofits need to be offered more flexibility to be able to also inject funding into operating for supportive housing and other types of housing, as an example. Is that a concern that staff have if we instead were to shift that model?
Okay, thanks. I will turn this over to staff to see if you can help with that question.
Mayor Stewart, it's Paul Mokry here, Deputy City Manager. I would suggest that maybe that's a question we could follow up on. I don't know that policy question is necessarily determinative of the decision that council needs to make right now, and it's quite a detailed question. So maybe if we could follow up with council on that after the fact.
Okay.
I don't believe that it's necessarily, like it's quite a detailed question. This amendment is very broadly stated. So that would be my recommendation on how to respond to the councillor's question at this stage.
Okay, thanks. And perhaps we could have that detailed information if this proposal passes and it's moving to the next stage. Then that could come in the package back to council. Councillor Deschanel,
would that be okay? Will I get my question answered? But eventually, I mean, it's harder to make a decision on this amendment, but for that reason, I mean, I don't know why the number 50%, why not 70%, why not 30%? I know our staff are already doing a good job.
Yeah,
but Councillor Swanson to.
But that's not what's being considered, Councillor Dejanova. That's not the amendment that's being considered.
The amendment is considered
Again, you're breaking up. You're breaking up, Councillor Dejanova.
Mr. Mayor?
Nope, you're breaking up again. Sorry.
So sorry, I'm trying to get online here. Can you hear me, Mr. Mayor?
We can.
Okay, so sorry. I was into debate, not questions, on the amendment after that. So I was happy to have that question answered afterwards.
But I think I was just wondering if you've seen the text of the amendment that we're actually debating.
I have that part up. I just don't have I don't have my WebEx up, but I do have the council piece up, and I do see the amendment that Councillor Swanson sent through, also in my email.
But this one doesn't have, the amendment we're debating doesn't have 50% in the text. That's what I was wondering about.
No, but she had talked about 50% in her discussion and argument.
But that's not,
so if she can talk about it, can I talk about it, Mr. Mayor?
You can talk about it, but I just wanted to be clear that that's not what we're voting on.
Yes. Yes, thanks very much. I know that staff already are doing this and make sure that, through our policies, but also in looking at each project in this. But if it will offer Councillor Swanson greater comfort, I was going to abstain on this, but I'm happy to support it because it'll count as a yes anyways. I think that it's important to note that our staff are already doing an excellent job in always looking at new ways and exploring new ways to find measures of affordability, not just for residents, but also for nonprofits that offer those opportunities to residents in our city. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Council, I've just had a note from the clerk is that we do have to review if this is in order, not so much as the content, but whether the appropriateness of attaching this to a rezoning, because it does concern an entirely different part of the process. It's how we deal with the units as they come to us. So I'm just going to take a quick recess, Council, and I'll come right back to you. manager's office is they're conferencing, so I'll get back to you as soon as we have an answer. Thanks very much. So just before I call us back from recess, I just want we're learning something every day here. So after a lengthy discussion with the clerks and law, I'm going to rule this motion out of order because it is incorrect in the sense that the process we're in right now, this quasi-judicial process, is whether or not to approve this this application as it stands. This amendment affects what happens if this project is approved, and so it's outside the current process. The conditions that would be attached to a normal application like this would be something that the applicant would have to do, not something that staff would have to do. So that's why this is out of order, and so I won't be calling a vote on this, and I'll be moving us back to the main queue. Thank you for your patience. Okay, Council, we're at Councillor Kirby-Young. You still have the floor as the main motion has moved.
Are we now speaking to the main motion, Mr. Mayor?
Right, yes, an unamended main motion.
Okay. In speaking to the main motion, I am going to support this project today. I appreciate the fact that it addresses, I think, one of the largest emitters of greenhouse gases that cities have control over, and that's buildings, often in transportation policies. And so the fact that this is a fully passive house standard, I think, is significant. I also like the mix of housing contained in build and development, because I think it's really important personally that we build integrated communities, and it's not my desire to see segregated and separate social housing versus rental and that throughout the city. So I think, from my perspective, and I know that the fact it's the tallest passive house building in the world will be sort of the noteworthy hook on this particular project, but I think the diversity in community is also a really important one to note. The West End is a dense neighborhood, and we know that. And I think it's really important that with a lot of the aging stock that is happening in that neighborhood, that we're building healthy homes, and Passive House delivers that, in addition, obviously, to the sustainability elements of those buildings. I think Council has had a good discussion around the affordability of the social housing units, and I think that outside of this public hearing process, there is more work to be done on our policies to achieve as deep affordability as we can on all the projects we're delivering, and the maximum number of units for those folks that are at that end of the spectrum. But I think, as noted, that is sort of separate and distinct from the decision that is specifically in front of us today. So it's some new homes, it's secured rental, it's social that we desperately need, and it is in a very walkable neighborhood. So I'm appreciative of that. I do have some concerns around shadowing in general, and I'll continue to ask that, because I think that livability not only relates to sort of the primary need for people to have a decent home and housing, but it's also the quality of the neighborhood, and I think we have to be cognizant when moving forward around maintaining our public realm assets for people that can be used for by the maximum amount of people for the maximum amount of time, whether that's public plazas or that's park space. And Nelson Park is a hard-working park, and one that is beloved by the community. I think most of our parks are, but particularly those that are in urban areas. So with all that said, I am pleased to support the project, and I'm looking forward to seeing what this engenders for inspiring other passive builds in the city of Vancouver.
Thank you. Councillor DeGenova, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just again wanted to affirm my support for this project, and also thank staff, because I know that in the policy, and I hope that it offers comfort to those who perhaps would like to try and deepen affordability. I know that our staff are doing that. I'm confident that they are. Mr. Mayor, I'm just going to check in to make sure you can hear me, because I've been getting an echo.
Absolutely.
So
can hear you.
Okay,
yep.
thanks.
You're loud and clear.
Thanks so much.
Okay, no problem.
So just to keep it short and simple, appreciate that the applicant, I understand that there's been a lot of work that's been put into this. A lot of thought has been put into this, whether or not to integrate units, which I've seen, and I know that some nonprofit organizations want, and again, an operator hasn't been chosen, but down the road, if this moves forward and council supports this, that will happen. But I think that one size doesn't fit all for everyone, and I think it's really important to remember that, and I know our staff do. So when they look at things, they look at them through the lens of affordability today, but also in 60 years. And the keys come back to us from the nonprofit operator, and we have to consider those capital costs and that replacement. It would be devastating if all of those keys were thrown back at the same time. So I see that there's been a good level of thought and oversight, not only in our policy, but in the way that it's been applied specifically to this building. I'm really happy to see that the area where children would be playing isn't segregated. That was a concern when a project moved forward last term. And I think that council, and I didn't hear anyone who didn't say loud and clear that was something that was justified by any reason other than it was about legalities and trying to move through barriers of policy. So happy to see that has been considered here thoughtfully, and I think that we are desperately in need of more family housing in this city, different family housing options. And I know that a number of us have talked about being able to live, work, and play in Vancouver, and I think that every time more units that are low end of market to market come online,
we have to consider the impact that will have for families that have to move to neighboring municipalities because they can't simply find housing that's appropriate for their families here. So kudos to staff. Thanks to the applicant for hanging in there, and I will be supporting this, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carr, up to 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to have a point of information to ask a question of staff regarding the shadowing. We did receive an email, all of us as councillors, that showed the winter solstice shadowing not on the park, school, or playground. But I am questioning whether there is increased shadowing as you move towards summer solstice, so that the school ground and school and park we see they're shadowed at the spring equinox, but do they get more shadowed during the move towards summer solstice?
I can ask staff to address that question. Staff, is someone there prepared to do that? City manager or deputy city manager?
So, sorry there. It's Nick Danford here, rezoning planner. I was hoping that maybe Shylin, are you on the line? Doesn't sound like it. It's okay. So with regards to the summer solstice shadow, so in the summer, what you would see is the shadow actually shorten in terms of its impact on the park. And so you would actually see less of a shadow just because the sun is higher up in the sky at that time. I see Shylin is back on the line now too. Shylin, do you want to jump in, maybe expand on that?
Hi, can people hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, if you could do it fairly quickly. I only have a few more minutes to speak to this.
Right, for sure. So I was just trying to understand the question because I understood the previous question was about the wintertime shadow and especially any incremental impact.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I just actually have run out of time. To be able to speak to this motion and my decision, I'm going to have to forego hearing this. I'm sorry.
Okay. Councillor Carr, go ahead.
Thank you. So in terms of my final comments, I love the fact that this is a passive house building. I think that is exactly the way we need to go. And it is very important to tackle climate change. I do want to note that we should start considering embodied emissions, and I know certainly at the Metro Van level that we are doing that, and I think the faster the better. My concern is there is such a lot of density on this lot, and certainly in terms of the West Ed plan, there was intentionality to pack the density on the perimeter. It did come, however, at the tail end of the plan, as we heard from one speaker, with very little consultation at that point, and it was even so very controversial. The plan allows significant height and density in exchange for significant public benefits. So that's really where my issue is right now, the public benefits. The public benefits are certainly first and foremost, and really all of them, all 70 million in terms of the waiver of CACs for social housing. It's 102 units of social housing, only 30% of which are at Hills. We've heard the staff detail that. The 30 Hills units are then, in my mind, considered to be the significant public benefit, in exchange for which 70 million in CACs has been waived, and there's this increased height and density. The actual amount of money in terms of the units, if it's even just 30 units of real affordability, a significant public benefit, that amounts to $2.3 million in waived CACs per unit. It's $686,000 if we include all 102 units. So I'm very torn about this because, as I say, I love the passive house so much. But that does not seem like we are getting significant public benefits in terms of the number of units and at the cost and what could be done with the 70 million in CACs otherwise. There's another trade-off, and that is shadowing on the park, the school ground, and particularly the playground. I live on Nelson. I'm very familiar with this site. And with the shadowing at at Spring Equinox showed the whole of the playground covered, where I know lots and lots of kids play. I was not happy. So all in all, as I say, torn very much, but I do not feel that I can support this project, given that I don't feel that we're getting the significant public benefits, and even in some instance of the park and playground, a loss of public benefit.
Thank you. That's 5 minutes. Councillor Hardwick.
Well, ditto, Councillor Carr. You hit every point, almost every point that I was going to address. I love the passive house aspect of this, and everything that revolves around that from a building construction and innovation perspective. But the height, 60 stories, and the FSR and the density that this represents at this location is over the top. And when you weigh it, in my view, against the benefits on a pro forma basis, you're talking about, as Councillor Carr pointed out, over $2 million per suite. And it just does not compute to me. And then compounding that, the lack of public process. I mean, I'm still struggling with pushing, having all these extra public hearings right now about significantly controversial projects. And I know that's been voiced, and council and staff have determined to go ahead with these, but that can't help but affect one's decision. I also do question, every time I hear these presentations, that they are referring to underlying conditions and assumptions that I am still not satisfied are currently correct in terms of demand, supply, and need. Where we still don't know what the effect of this COVID pandemic is going to be on our housing situation in the broader context. And certainly the form of a 60-story building is going to involve a lot of elevators. So I'm really struggling it, despite the fact, again, the passive housing aspect of it is something that I think everybody can get behind. But, it's all about trying to weigh the pros and cons, and I'm coming up short. Thank you.
Councillor Swanson.
Yes, thanks. I have a really hard time voting against social housing and passive housing, but this is a hard one. We have a housing strategy that says we're supposed to build the right supply of housing, meaning housing that people who live in the city can afford, that has the right number of bedrooms, stuff like that. And then we have reports on how we're doing with the right supply, and those reports say we're building too much housing for people who have a lot of money and not enough for people that don't have much. And then we get all these rezonings to approve, and what are they for? They're for the wrong supply, not the right supply. In this case, 328 probably palaces in the sky, 50 fairly expensive rentals, and 102 social housing units, which are supposed to be the public benefit. But of course, only 31 of them have to be at Hills, 50 to 80K. And actually, those 31 units are replacing 51 units that were affordable. So it's not even a one-for-one. I know staff is going to work hard to try and make them more affordable, but there's no guarantee of that. So there's very little chance that we'd get housing that, say, a senior with a household median income of $28,000 a year, or a low-wage worker. Very little chance that they could get a unit there. Half of our renter household units have a median income of about $50K, so about 6% of the units in this building might be for them, might be contributing to the right supply, with about 94% contributing to the wrong supply. And of course, there's no guarantee for anyone at the shelter rate. I also don't like the rich door, poor door thing. I think it contributes to a class approach with housing. We've got an example in the Olivia Sky at 41 East Hastings, where they don't have a rich door and a poor door. And I think this project shows where our definition of social housing is a problem. I know staff is supposed to be working on that, but if you have people that are participating in setting up a West End plan and they say, oh, 25% of the housing is supposed to be social housing, they're probably thinking that low-income people could live in that, could afford to live in that social housing. They probably don't know that 70% of that is for low end of market, where you have to have, what, 80 to 100 and some $1,000 a year in order to afford it. And to answer Councillor DiGenova's point, this is not about social housing. If the lease payments were lower, we could have a replacement reserve and management costs and keep rents low. So yeah, I don't think I can vote for it when the main public benefit isn't even guaranteed to replace the affordability of the units that we're losing.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. I have put myself on the list to speak to this. Council, early in our mandate, we declared a climate emergency. And so we're trying to lead the way forward in terms of how we address the very real challenge of climate change. And here is, and we've heard from the speakers and the proponent, is that we have an example of passive housing that will be a model to many across the country and continent. So to me, it checks that box. We're in a housing crisis, and this is a building on private land with private finance, and we're still getting 102 units. Like, this isn't a government grant. This isn't some kind of CMHC housing scheme. This is the work we've done through using our powers as a local council to secure 102 units. And I understand that at this stage, the amount that people will pay for rent is it's not shelter rate, but we can work on that. That is what I commit to do, and that's what I've been doing, and that's when we got $184 million from the feds last year. It was to do this kind of work. Also, we're in a COVID-19 induced economic slowdown turning into a recession. So this building brings in money from outside of the city to provide hundreds, if not thousands, of jobs during its construction. So it also checks that very important box for me, is the jobs that it will bring into the city. So I am very thankful for the proponent in putting all this work forward. And I have to, I very much willingly and strongly support this project. I think we really have to start putting our money where our mouths are as a council and say, if we're going to address climate change, here's one project out of many that we'll look at that would help with that, and to prove a worldwide example. 102 units of badly needed, social housing that we can work as a council to drop the rents even lower than they are, and then the hundreds or thousands of jobs this will create. So for me, council, this is a total winner, and I'll be voting for it. Thank you. Councillor Fry, over to you. Up to 5 minutes. Sorry, Councillor Bly, did you have a?
I'd just like to on the queue, please.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
There we go. Go ahead, Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Mayor. And I certainly appreciate the Mayor's comments following up on that. I'm not sure I'd characterize it as a total winner, because whereas I do really, really appreciate the kickstarting of the passive house industry, and I hope the proponents have heard some of the comments and will be reflecting on how we can source some of the things like fenestration that we're not bringing it in from Europe, but that we're providing good local jobs and kickstarting an industry here. And I'm hopeful that is the sort of direction we'll see this go. And I think that it's great that we're seeing a passive house building of this scale and magnitude in our city. That's a great step forward. But I am troubled, as some of the other councillors have alluded, with how we're extracting public benefits from this project. I look next door at the butterfly proposal, and it's about half the FSR, similar height, but is delivering a lot more of a robust and sort of well-rounded package of public benefits, including CACs that are going directly to the West End public benefit strategy, as well as social housing, as well as heritage revitalization, and it's a more rounded approach. I worry that this housing being proposed in this as part of the social housing does not meet the demand that we see in our city right now, because we're already seeing that there's plenty of new market coming on board, but there's not a lot of public benefits coming with this, other than the new low end of market and dedicated rentals. So I do struggle with that, but I do also appreciate that this project is well along in its trajectory, and these are some decisions and formulations that have been made over the course of years. And as our experiences has indicated in the past, when we start meddling with public hearing process at this stage in the game, and when we start trying to fine tune and get better outcomes, it doesn't always work out. And so I'm hoping that staff are hearing this, and I'm hoping that industry is hearing this, and that we do need to do better when we're talking about public benefit strategies. And we've spent a lot of time talking about complete communities in this council, and I think that's something that we all believe in, and that when we add significant amount of new density and a lot more humans into the mix in this particular part of town, we want to make sure that we're accommodating for them, not just in housing, because we need more than just roofs over our heads. We need complete communities. We need the public benefits that come with a complete community. And I hope that as we're moving forward, we see a more robust and rounded approach. But all that said, I do appreciate the scale of the passive house investment and the innovation that's going behind this, and the opportunities it presents for a local industry, and as the mayor rightly alluded, a real important economic kickstart in this post-COVID recovery period that we really do need to be seeing the opportunities that we can extract. So I will support this, but I hope we can do better when we're looking at public benefit strategies of this nature in the future.
Councillor Fry, over to Councillor Dominato, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and I'll try to keep my comments brief in the interest of time. Just a few reflections, things that stood out for me around this proposal. I appreciate there's been some concerns about the type of supply and whether it's meeting the needs of all residents. I certainly don't think it's meeting the needs of every single resident right now, but I do think it brings forward a mix of supply and along a spectrum. And we see different projects that come forward to public hearing. Some of them have been, 100% social housing. Others have been rental. Others have been freehold. And so I appreciate the integration of different supply within this building. I was particularly intrigued and interested by the passive house design and the leadership around that, and so a real testament there. The other piece that stood out for me when I first reviewed the proposal around this was the social housing component, acknowledging again that we're still working through the definition of social housing, but I think it is laudable the 102 units that could be provided through this proposal. I will say I do have some reservations, and the reservations stem from a handful of things. Public benefits was touched on earlier. I think social housing is a public benefit. I absolutely do. Do I think it could have been reached in a different way with other partnerships? I think yes, not solely as a CAC contribution. So reservations around that. The other is around, I touched on this a bit earlier, on the context of the shadowing of the park and the school capacity issues. And so I'll touch on the shadowing. I appreciate that we got some updated information around that. But what is missing for me is the context of where the school, the annex, is going to be in the future, and the playground and the shadowing impact. And we don't actually have that information, and none of that, to my recollection, was provided around the hydro substation going in, the rebuild of the annex. And so so whether the playground's going to be impacted, maybe if the building is built before that work is done, but there could be some changes in the future, and I really didn't feel that was addressed, and I think it should have been as part of this proposal, given that substation and the redevelopment of that school property is huge and will be a 5-year project, and there will be things, moving parts with that. And the other piece is school capacity. This has been touched on before. That there is very little capacity in Lord Roberts and the annex, and King George. And King George, that entire, I know that there's conversations around that entire area around the community center and King George Secondary and needing to address capacity issues, both on the community center side as well as on the secondary school side. But also, there is a need for a new school, which is why, in part, the VSB embarked on a partnership with Hydro is to get the Cole Harbour School built. And so I just think that could have been elevated in this proposal and in not so much the proposal, but in the package and briefing for staff, for council. And I would have liked to have seen more of that addressed and what that looks like. And so I'm just flagging that for future more than anything as part of, as we are seeing these, because there is a huge need for a spectrum of housing. Like I said, I was very much struck by the social housing component of this, but I would like to see more work done in future to reflect that that area is changing, and particularly your Nelson Park area. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Weave, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think like a lot of other councillors, this is not going to be an easy decision. I think that I was really hoping to see the Gardens in the Sky. I thought the idea of really kind of changing the way we can design and fit within Passive House and really kind of build on that economic community was really kind of critical in moving such a project forward. But I do recognize that the standards that will be moved can hopefully help kind of be the catalyst to really push our economy. And it was great to see the Vancouver Economic Commission in the video recognizing that they see a huge opportunity for us to build that local manufacturing, to be able to be a big player in the Cascadia region for this type of product. So that was really good to see. I do appreciate that we are going to have a $7 million asset transferred over to our Vancouver affordable housing, because I think that is critical as we build our assets in affordable housing. It'll be up to council to figure out how we best kind of put direction on how we use that asset moving forward. And I think that's something we're all going to have to look at, is how we better utilize our assets to deliver the affordability to meet the needs of our community. Other than that, I think that it is a building that is going to be a benefit. I think that there are a lot of other assets in public realm planning that we want to see in the neighborhood and putting everything in affordable housing. But at this point in time, we have a housing crisis, and it is something we need to put our funding towards. So I will be supportive of the project, and I really look forward to the conversations we can have with 102 turnkey units and what other assets we can get in the neighborhood to deliver on the affordability crisis that we currently have in the City of Vancouver.
Thank you. Councillor Bly, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll keep my comments brief. Pretty much, I think we're hearing consistent sentiment across the board here that it's not an enthusiastic yes. It is for the Passive House for me, of course, but when I look at over 450 units of housing and only 30, for, in my opinion, fulfilling a social housing definition, that's not a public benefit. And although I appreciate the work that staff have gone into and the proponent pulling all of this together, the level of density on that site, along with the public benefit, to me just does not add up. All that being said, as Councillor Fry stated, this isn't the forum for changing policy on the fly to address the issues that that we're all discussing here. And if that was the case, I believe staff would bring that forward. So I do hope that we can have a more robust conversation on some of the concerns we're sharing here. Because when I look at 102 social housing units and only 30 to Hills in the balance low market, which is 90% of market rents, to me that's not social housing. That would mean that goes far beyond, I think, really what we talk about when we talk about affordability. We recently had a motion to address the definition of affordability and social housing, and I think we're just in this challenging spot of needing to reconcile that policy direction with these projects. So I will support. I don't think it's wise to have this project fail, because we need to have this type of commitment around passive house construction. But I'm certain that staff are taking the feedback And with the recent amendment to the public hearing process from the mayor, I'd like to have more say up front that these projects don't take 5 years before they come before council, and everybody is already so deeply committed and embedded in the process that council doesn't have a lot of options to influence what public benefits projects like this can actually deliver. And if we did, I don't think we would be, I think we could do more than 30 units of at Hills. And really, let's just, when we talk about the details of this development, that's really what we're looking at, is 30 units at Hills in return for 60 stories and 328 market units. So we are in a housing crisis, as the mayor said, but not for this type of housing. And that goes, I think, without saying, to be quite honest. So at this stage, I will support it because we're sounding like it could be kind of close. And I do think that this needs to pass because of many other reasons. I'm not going to abstain because I don't necessarily feel that that is a vote that reflects our job as city councilors, but so I will vote in favor, but I hope that the comments are heard by staff and the applicant, and we can work to deliver more public benefits in these types of projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor DeGenova, you just have a couple minutes left.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, well, actually I have another amount of time if I move the motion, but I won't need that time, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say and appreciate other councillors' comments that alluded to this, that and we are in debate, so I will debate it. Some councillors have said that they support heightened density in the right neighborhood, and I would ask them to think about a neighborhood that they think that it better belongs than to what the speaker said. You know, they moved to the West End because of density. They knew what they were moving to and towards. This has not been my first difficult decision regarding a project in the West End, and often there's consideration about height and density. I think that it's positive that we're looking not only, and I appreciate the comments about the jobs and what this will inject into our economy in Vancouver that's needed now more than ever. I know that our staff maybe not were thinking about that specifically because they didn't know that we'd be in a time of pandemic. But I think that it is important that we are encouraging more families to be able to live in our city. And we're saying that we not only want them to live in our city, we're showing them with our actions of making sure that there is more family-friendly housing for them in walkable neighborhoods, in walkable communities. And one of the speakers, the Girl Guide leader, actually helped me to see that's what we need to make sure that there are kids in our community, that all people, seniors, and I think that we need, if we really want to talk about being inclusive, let's make sure that we have a place for everyone to live. To Councillor Swanson's point, I think that there has to be a conversation that we're meeting our targets on certain income levels, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't support projects that don't support other income levels as well. So I wholeheartedly support this, and I do hope it passes, and that we'll be able to move on with choosing a non-profit operator that will, I'm sure, do a lot of good in the community. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And that's it for Speakers Council. So we're going to call a vote on this project.
I'll just need a vote assist, Mr. Mayor, for in favor. Thanks.
And this is Councillor
Bly.
Yeah, Councillor Bly. Thank you. Councillor Bly in favor. Clerks, if you could mark that. Clerks, there we go. Okay, if we could pull the vote up on screen, please. Clerks, that has passed with Councillor Hardwick, Swanson, and Carr in opposition. And we just make sure we pull that up on screen. Thank you, Council. So that this concludes the one item that was on our public hearing for today.
Motion to adjourn, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you very much. I have a seconder. And just before we vote, I just wanted to say we are back in a special council meeting at 3 o'clock. Okay, I have a seconder for this motion to adjourn.
Second, Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. And we'll all in favor say yay.
Yay.
And opposed say nay. Thanks very much, Council. This meeting is adjourned, and now we'll have a half hour, and then we're back for the special council meeting. Thanks very much.